$50, you say? $50, you say? CJ! How's everybody doing tonight? I am finishing None in the Chamber tonight. This is not for debate. Also, I saw the word GamerSups and I thought, maybe I should check my work email and see if, or not my work, my business email and see if I have anything. No, I'm probably gonna have to reapply at some point if I ever want that. Fucking Jesus. I was planning on streaming on time today, but I needed to go do some stuff and it kept me kind of busy. I fucking went to go buy some snowboarding gear and was getting like a whole boot fitting done with my brother. And then we needed to get fucking dinner afterwards, and that took time. Then I had to do something before I fucking got on stream, and now here we are. 2 hours past when I usually would. Hey, Sierra. Why are you atting me? I'm not ready. You're ready, Vice. Don't worry. It's only going to be like fucking 3 hours straight of me reading, if we're lucky. Oh man, the epilogue is going to be a nice little thing. Humo about to enter his silly Billy arc. I'm about to enter my not be here for at least a week arc. That's the arc I'm about to enter. This is like the last stream you guys are getting for at least till Christmas. At least till Christmas. Because my ass is leaving on the 19th. I don't think I'm going to be streaming on the 18th. So, 19, 20, 21, 22. I come back on like the 23rd or 24th. Can't remember. Then 25th with Christmas. So you'd be waiting till like next Thursday. And then it'll be business as usual. But after that 3 hours, it's over. No more 4-hour chapter streams. You'll still get 4-hour streams. Just, you know, maybe I won't have to do fucking 4 hours dedicated to one fucking chapter. Vise will pass out. Tell you what, if you do both chapters tonight, I will no longer bully you about reading the bounties. Well, dog, that was the plan. Look, if I can get past this chapter, it's easy. We are fucking cruising after that. There's going to be no issues. Got up to the VODs in time to listen to the finale live? Hell yeah, I can. Oh boy, here we go. Running at people with a knife in Red Dead. Been a while since I played Red Dead. Chad, it's about to be so Jover. So what comes next for Reed streams? We get to that when we get to that. Next year we'll start a new fic and it'll be awesome, guys. I promise. More like crib math for Lanny, maybe. Birthday stream. Looks at bounties. Yeah, I also kind of clocked that I forgot to do the art bounty on Sarge's spotlight. So I'm just gonna bundle that with the last bounty of the year. Or the last whatchamacallit? The last spotlight of the year is when I'll just do like a double art bounty show. Crimbus as usual. Godspeed, you magnificent bastard. Thank you. I'll still be mildly persistent for the bounties, especially this current one on fire. Trust me. One day I'll do it. Yes, Humo, going to solo chapter 35 and epilogue. Brother grab cough drops. I got water. Which I'll need to top off before I do this. 3 hours of struggling to read a single Spanish word. No. 2 hours, thank you. Missed the last one. Can someone explain what happened in that chapter really quickly and really shittily? Yeah, I could do that. Last chapter. How did we start out last chapter? Hold up. Nope, that's next chapter. Previous chapter. Previous chapter. Okay, it doesn't want to send me the previous chapter. Previous chapter. What the fuck? Oh, there we go. Alright, previous chapter. Alright, so we started with... Yeah, Anon talked about how things went at boot camp and everything. More paranoia. Reed and Rosa are married. And... looks like Lucy might be getting released. Spoilers, wait. No. If you're here on the chapter 35 stream, you know what happens. Or you should know what happens. Next Fig vote will literally be the third ever vote for them. That's crazy. Yeah, given that we've been doing this over half a year. Yeah, I fucking agree. That'll probably be how we decide this. I just throw a bunch of fucking shit at the wall and whichever one gets pointed at the most is the one we'll do. Anyways, to your money. Well, thank you for the 5,000 bits, Grey Feather. That goes towards my fucking snowboard fund. Because that shit was not cheap. Basil probably camping the hospital as we speak. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Look. Fucking Sage is about to clap off, dog. Someone's getting shot. And we're just going to have to hope that it isn't fatal. Howdy, Mr. Cream. Did you see that the head artist and art director of GVH drew Amber? No. When did that happen? Wouldn't it be funny if you woke up the next day 5 months in the past because this was all a dream? I'd be like, wow, I have a really cool idea for how None in the Chamber should go. Did Co-op give in? Oh. Pints is the one sharing this information. I await more words. Gray from the back row with his patented money cannon. Yeah, and it kind of like smacks me across the face and I kind of look around for a second like, oh, what? Okay. Gray Feather a real one for real. If no one got me, I know Gray got me. Plot twist, Sage snoots herself. We're gonna get one last snooter side. I say last. I don't think we got a snooter side, really. We got an attempted snooter side. I'm gonna be alone till New Year's. No streams. No, just after Christmas. There'll be a little bit of something between then and New Year's. Just gotta do my little vacation first. If Basil doesn't die in this, I've decided to kill him in mine. Evil maxing. Damn. Damn. That's crazy. Artist probably got calmed or something, or just doesn't care about the GVH drama. Well, yeah, obviously. Green man, yeah. Guys, I'm gonna be honest. I don't want to fuck around tonight. I think I'm just gonna go ahead and get into it here. Tear off the bandage. Because, again, and I need this to be so clear. This chapter is long. This chapter is long. This chapter is long. Comparatively, this chapter is not. So, we're good. Plot twist, the Iron Sheik shows up. Hey, this chapter's long. Amber's a cutie pie, must protect. Hey, Homo, how mad would you be if one of the bounties was a serious MLP fic of mine? I probably wouldn't be mad, I would just stare at you. We just put the onus of content while Humo is gone on Bowie and Sarge. Easy peasy. True. Well, isn't Bowie on like fucking like a trip or something as well? You guys are gonna have to just grab Sarge and like fucking jostle him around. Give this man your strength. I do need a little bit of strength tonight. I think 35 is probably the longest out of all of them. Absolutely. Nothing comes close, I don't think, to the length of this fucking chapter. It's ridiculous. You scrolling is lagging the stream. Stop. Well, it's probably not just the scrolling. It's probably also the fact that, hold up a sec. Yeah. I also have a Minecraft server running right now. Smiles. The boys are playing on it, so, you know. I'm doing a reading stream. I don't need to have, like, fucking super performance right now. Smiles. Fun fact, chapter 35 is just the length of the first 34 chapters combined. That would kill me. Points Iron Finger at Sarge. Yap now. Poke Sarge with a stick and tell him to talk, and you have at least 7 hours of entertainment. True? All I have to say is, tell me about the elves. And then we'll be swamped. In before screen tearing as he scrolls through text. I do have to, I mentioned a couple times now, I'm going to make a new PC, so I need to go pick up those parts soon as well. Which means I will have spent a lot of money in a very short amount of time. My new chair, a new PC, and snowboarding gear. None of that is very cheap. This is a chance for Sarge to make a YouTube channel. Hey man, if you wanted to do it, by all means. I'm too introverted to actually participate in the Discord. It's already fun to just watch shit happen in the pit. Oh yeah. No, it's okay. Sometimes you can just act like it's a fucking zoo and watch from the glass. You don't have to climb in with the fucking gorillas as they throw shit at each other. Also look at those first two sentences. Let's go. Make a YouTube channel, Sarge, Smiles. Evening everyone. Hey Grams. I'd guest star so hard on the Sarge channel. I'd pop in every now and again and be like, Sarge, hello. And then leave instantly. You got an MC server up? We're doing ATM 10 right now. I didn't put out information regarding it because I'm just keeping it kind of like, if you want to join while it's up, you can join. That way I don't have to worry about it like stress shitting the bed. I am curious. I mean, I meant to ask Lanny about this a little bit. Hold up a sec. Yeah, there we go. Let me move this over here. I meant to ask Lanny about it because apparently ATM 10 is using NeoForge, I think it is. And I'm curious what the performance of that is versus just regular Forge. Because I know like you have like another launcher like Fabric, which apparently is way more lightweight and lets things run better. So I'm wondering if NeoForge or whatever the fuck runs things better and is more performant as a result. I do not know though, I do not know. Whenever Humo gets in the pit, it all goes to crap every time without fail. I just poke my head in and everybody decides to start screeching. I'm just a boy and there are gorillas in the pit. Hopefully they don't get shot once I jump in. Yeah, of course, buddy. Loads the rifle. What up? Just put my pet snake back in her home. Nothing much, man. We're just gonna get ready to roll into the fucking chapter here. People have been waiting, and I'm already 2 hours late. So I would like to go ahead and, you know, get this shit ready to go. Let me check one thing real quick. Because one of the reasons that I was a little late is because I needed to... Okay, I'm good. I had to do something work-related. But that's good now. Alright. You pop your head in, we grab your long hair. That would get a punch straight to the nose. Easy. Fucking quickly. Alright, I'm gonna go get my water. I'm gonna fill it up because you can hear it's not full. Once I get back, we're gonna get into this chapter. So if you want to do anything real quick, go get yourself some water. Go get yourself like a snack. I don't care what it is. Get comfortable because... if I'm remembering correctly, and I'll check again real quick. Copy this. wordcounter.net. This chapter is about 50% longer than the last chapter. And the time to read, speaking time, is just shy of 3 hours. So I will take 3 hours plus. So, y'all gonna need to get comfy. Alright, I'll be back in a minute. Alright, fellas. It's time. It's time for the Nun in the Chamber finale. Anybody who has been with us on this journey, get ready for the final run. I mean, there's one chapter after this, but this is like the actual fucking full tilt sprint as we try to get to the end here. After that, we're just kind of like dabbing our head with a fucking towel to wipe the sweat off. All right. Here we go. Chapter 35. Breaking point. Paranoia strikes deep. Into your life it will creep. It starts when you're always afraid. Stay out of line, the men come and take you away. The visit at Doc Mitchell's proved fruitful.
We are not fully discharging Lucy from the hospital just yet,
he told me.
My plan is as such. She comes to live at your house, with one of our personnel acting as our supervisor.
What do you mean by that, Doctor?
I mean that every day one of our personnel will come to your house to check in on Lucy, see how she's doing, if her state is stable, etc. Every 3 days, she will have to be driven to White Fang's hospital for her therapy sessions with me.
I see. What if she'd want to, for example, go shopping? Doc Mitchell paused for a moment. He tapped his beak with the butt of his pen, his forehead creasing up, his brows furrowing. He put the pen to paper and started scribbling abstract shapes, still deep in thought. This went on for almost a minute before he finally stopped, both drawing and pondering, and lifted his head.
Not in the beginning. We'll have to first see how the change of environment affects her.
Another pause. Scribbling.
And even when she's out shopping, a caretaker will have to accompany her.
I see. Can I appoint a third party as her caretaker, in case I'm not available? He nodded.
Of course. Do you have anyone specific in mind?
I proposed Maurice as a candidate. She cares about Lucy, even if only because Lucy's dear to me. Out of all the people I know, she'd be the most willing to take up this mantle. I doubt even Rosa would be up for it, no matter how caring and compassionate she is. And besides, she has her own life now. Everyone carries their own cross. Everyone fights their own battles. Doc Mitchell probed me about Marisa, and finding my answer satisfactory, he asked for her contact information. As I was leaving outside of his office, he stopped me.
Don't tell anyone about this yet, Mr. Mouse,
He requested.
It's a delicate matter at this time, and any tribulation may bring it down like a house of twigs.
You mean a house of cards, right? He snorted.
I know what I said. Good day, Mr. Mouse.
As I sit down in my car, I feel light. My own reflection in the windshield is grinning back at me. I can't believe it. Lucy's gonna be let out of the hospital. She'll effectively be under house arrest in the beginning, but does it matter all that much? She'll be with me and Amber at our own house. We'll finally be like a true family. Like I wanted all these years. When I get back home, I throw myself so deeply into the whirlwind of activity that for a while I forget about Lucy, the house, even about Basil and Ripley. All that matters is work, work, work. Boring, tedious, hard work. Welcome reprieve from the horror of the commonplace. After lunch, I take a shower and change, then pick up Amber from Sam's.
Daddy, when can I see the house?
She asks me as I strap her in. I'm getting the keys tomorrow, Princess. I test the buckle. We'll go there then, alright? A brief frown creases up on her face, but then she nods and nestles in her seat. Yeah, moving into a new house is a big event, so big in fact that I feel obliged to ask family to help me with it. They'd still offer their help, but it felt more appropriate to involve them rather than them asking if they could help. As soon as I get the keys, we're starting the move. Simone, Moises, Philippe, and I will have everything over at the new place in no time. Mom proposed a small housewarming party after we move, but I put that idea on hold until everything will be done. One thing at a time. I back out of the driveway and join the traffic. As we drive through Volcadera, I watch Amber in the rearview mirror, looking solemn. With her snout in her palm and a slight frown, she looks lost in thought. What's up, Amby? Is everything alright? She blinks, then looks at me.
It's Jack. He told me to apologize, remember?
I nod. How did that go?
His mom gave him a long talk. He wanted to say he's sorry.
She turns back to the window.
For calling you a monkey.
He's not a bad kid, just a little lost. Misguided. Here's hoping his folks stay on course. Tell him that I accept his apology. She murmurs, then presses her snout against the cold glass.
Daddy, do you think Jack could come over to our new house?
Well, that's a quick development. From enemies to friends in the blink of an eye. Kids are so damn innocent. This whole situation with Jack resolved itself rather smoothly. Amber took my words to heart. She went and apologized to him the very next time they met at the playground, which took a bit of time to happen since Colgate had some shore leave and took her family on vacation. Wonder what she'll tell me next time I see her at base. Sure, if his mom or dad drop him off there. I roll my shoulders and grip the steering wheel.
His dad'll do that. His mom is out on the sea.
She pauses, then turns to me. The rearview mirror provides me a good look at her eyes widening as she's hit by a sudden realization.
Is she a sailor? Soiler?
She pauses, thinks for a second and tries again softly, slowly.
Sailor. Like you?
I shake my head, smirking. No, Amby. I am a sailor. She's in the Coast Guard. She bites her finger, frowning with her eyes narrowed.
What do Coast Guard do?
They guard the coast, I explain. From smugglers and criminals and such. Her eyes widen again, a look of admiration spreading over her face like a wildfire.
Wow! She exclaims. No, she must be super brave.
I smirk sourly, thinking about the many times Colgate folded when faced with any sort of authority. But Amber doesn't need to know that. Yeah, she's very brave. The move was nothing to write home about. Hard work, carrying shit around, bantering with Dad and my brothers from another mother. There was a sort of excitement in the back of my head about the prospect of moving up in the world, but strangely, I found it fleeting. What occupied my thoughts during those laborious couple of hours instead was the thought of Ripley leaving the prison. Old man will be discharged around the same time as Lucy. Not sure whether I should find it funny or foreboding. What I'm curious about is if he, like Basil, is going to snoop around like a weirdo, checking out his old dwelling places, bothering my friends and family. Probably not. He's not insane. I hope he's not. It may be me snapping at him way back when brought about a moment of clarity about how low he'd fallen and shit. Who knows? Probably doesn't like me any more than he did 6 years ago. Who knows? His hatred for me might have very much deepened. After all, I was key in his downfall. But in the end, he brought it on himself. I set the final box on the living room floor and bend backwards, grunting as my back quietly pops. I look around at the stacks of boxes littering the floor around me, shooting upwards like a bunch of cardboard skyscrapers. Fuck me, this day was a doozy. Simone and Moises are 2 rooms over, putting together Amber's bed. Their argument and bantering easily drown out any sounds of work. Lots of shouting, lots of insults, lots of talking, all in Spanish, quick words crowding onto each other, as if they wanted to say as much as they can with a single breath. I smirk. Dad didn't propose to buy us furniture. He announced it as a done fact. I didn't even get to argue with him about it. The day I signed the contract to buy the house, he simply told me that he bought the furniture. When I asked him how much I owe him, he just looked at me funny and clapped his hand on my shoulder. My knees buckled, only a tiny bit. No se paga por los regalos. Gift indeed. He furnished Rose's and Reed's new home too, all coming out of his own pocket. Goddamn generous man. Very much like his father, from what Sophia's told me. I sit down on the couch. It's no Home Depot clearance stock with creaky springs and wobbly legs. No, sir. This right here is the seat of the gods. My ass has never felt so damn comfortable. Hey, Alan. I look over my shoulder. Simone's at the door, with a hammer and a screwdriver sticking out of his pocket. We are done for today. Want Moises to bring Amber over? I'd be much obliged. I really don't want to get up. This is way too comfy. She'll be thrilled. Simone smirks and nods. Vamos, Moises. He tosses over his shoulder. Ya voy, ya voy. The door clicks shut and I'm left alone for some time. Some have said time is spent making a dent in the forest of boxes surrounding me. When the hell did I accumulate so much stuff? Clothes, toys, books, video games? Screw this, I'll finish this later. I grabbed my guitar, which spent the better half of the evening leaning against the wall. Every time my gaze passes over it, I could almost hear the poor thing calling to me, begging to be played. I resisted, of course. There were things to take care of first, like this whole move debacle, and helping with furniture assembly. The guitar is out of tune. It's been sitting untouched since the wedding, during which I, of course, played Un brillo de sus ojos with Simone. Alright, let's see. Okay, now let's test it. Perfect. Even though a lot of time has passed since I played Lucy's song, my fingers find the right notes, seemingly on their own. I close my eyes and let the music carry me, and as it progresses, I feel my lips curling up into a soft smile. The air reverberates with the soft notes, the sound bouncing off the bare walls with a sort of echo. Monochromatic brilliance. Lucy's song. Her song. The look in her eyes when she played it. The happiness. That light. I miss a note. I stop playing. My eyes shoot wide open, as if someone had stabbed me. Un brillo de sus ojos. The light of her eyes. Eyes. Amber eyes. Light in her eyes. Of course! I jumped to my feet. Fuck! How could I have not thought about this earlier? I dragged the pick across the strings, producing a string of loud, rich notes. Amber light in her eyes. Brilliance! Amber light brilliance! I spend a moment standing still, transfixed with satisfaction. A wide, dumb grin spread across my face, and then I start idly strumming and walking back and forth, nodding and murmuring. The satisfaction, born from the realization of how obvious this idea feels. Right. As if I found a missing puzzle piece and slotted it into place. And now that I'm looking at the complete picture, God damn it. It is beautiful as hell. My hands are slightly shaking. I sit down and put the guitar away, rub my face with both hands, and shaking my head with a soft chuckle, mutter to myself. Fuck yeah. You're a fucking genius, Anon. I have little time to digest it all in peace, as soon after I sit down, I hear a car entering the front yard. I sit up, pricking my ears, and sure enough, as soon as the car comes to stop, its door slams shut and Amber's shout echoes across the yard.
Vaya, los árboles y las flores y todo.
She starts racing up and down the yard. Her exclamations of excitement are every little bit of the yard scenery are closely followed by Moise's request to slow down and come inside the house with him. She doesn't listen to him, of course. Oh no. The young lady of the house must inspect her estate thoroughly. He allows her to do so for some time, before finally cutting the excursion short and bringing her in through the front door. She rushes in like a wind and starts racing across the house, her footsteps echoing and reverberating in the yet empty corridors. She shows the same boundless enthusiasm and happiness inside as she showed outside, with the rapid, chaotic mixture of Spanish and English pouring out of her every step of the way. It actually makes for a good way of tracking where she's at in the house without me moving off the couch. In her travels around our humble abode, she finally makes her way to the living room. Seeing me sitting on the couch, she runs over and throws her arms around me with a half exclamation, half laughter. I hug her tightly, a wide smile on my face. She puts her wings around me in an attempt to mimic Lucy. Given her smallness, she makes a very good effort. How do you like the house, Amby? She pulls away and starts jumping and spinning in place at the same time.
Oh, es genial, me encanta, she exclaims. It's ours forever? Really? We get to keep it?
I nod. Yes.
Ooh!
She throws her arms up and runs a lap around the living room.
Jack for estar tan celoso.
Moises watches with a soft smile as she runs around and peeks into every nook and cranny. He then turns to me. Mom's gonna come tomorrow. She'll unpack your shit. I give him a thumbs up. And Grandma too. He grins, seeing my face lengthen a bit. Oh yeah, you better stay at that base if you know it's good for you. Gives a short wave. See ya, hermano. Bye, Amber. My princess gives him a quick hug and leads him back to the door. Then runs back to me and settles down on the couch.
I asked Abuelo if he could give us a tree.
She looks up at me with wide eyes.
He said yes and laughed.
A small frown creases up her face.
Why? It wasn't funny.
I ruffle her hair. He's just happy. I clap my knees with my hands. Anyway, it's getting late. We should both go to sleep. Abuela y bisabuela are coming over early tomorrow to help us.
Do we have to?
Amber's eyes twinkle pleadingly. I've got to get up early, Amber. I look down at her with a soft smile. And you as well. I boop her snout.
Okay.
She lifts her arms up at me.
Can you tuck me in?
I lift her up and kiss her on the forehead. Of course, princess. Let's go. Her room is bigger than the one she enjoyed at the farm, but not by much. The walls are the shade of bright mint. The floor is paneled with the thick, bright blue rug in the middle. Her bed sits on the right of the door, with its feet pointing towards the window. There are boxes upon boxes stacked along the walls, some of which are signed Amber. She wriggles out of my arms and goes to town on those boxes, rummaging through them mercilessly. Some time, and a lot of things scattered across the floor later, she triumphantly holds her pajamas up in one hand, humming the item found jingle from Zelda. I shake my head and turn away. She changes into her pajamas, then trots over to her bed, clutching a plushy trilobite in her arms.
Daddy?
I drape the blanket over her. She wiggles to get more comfortable, then looks up at me. Yes, Amby?
Why is Mommy in the hospital?
Questions, all those questions. Why can't she ask about something trivial? Mommy, she's sick. She needs help, I say slowly. She frowns and squeezes her trilobite harder.
You said the same thing when I was little. Mommy doesn't look sick.
It's a different kind of sickness, Amby. I caress her head. You can't see it at first glance, and it takes a long time to treat. She thinks for a second.
Will Mommy ever be healthy?
I smile, lean in and kiss her head. She will. It'll take a lot of time, but she will. Amber keeps her eyes on me for a moment. Then she yawns and nestles deeper into her bed and rolls onto her side.
Okay. Good night, Daddy.
Good night, princess. I get up, turn the light off, and shut the door behind me. For a couple seconds, I stare at the door with my hold on the handle tightening more and more until a soft shiver rattles me. I let go of the knob, turn, and lean my back against the wall adjacent to the door, shielding my eyes. Fuck, I mumble. Fuck. Smack the wall. If only I could tell Amber how close we were to having Lucy living with us. If only she knew what I know. How happy would that have made her? She'd be happy, excited, hell, she'd be absolutely ecstatic. But she's a kid, and kids have no filter. She'd tell someone, and the news would spread. Now, shitty as this is to do, this has to stay a secret. Soon, Amber. Soon we'll all be together. A family I wanted. A family you deserve. It's been a couple weeks since we moved into our new house. June went by, July's almost over. Maurice and Felipe took care of unpacking most of our things, while Simone and Moises put our furniture together. And while that was going on, Sophia took care of Amber. Fuck me. What did I do to deserve such a great family? After the move was truly complete, meaning that all our stuff was unpacked, Sophia proposed that she would take care of Amber for now, since I would be busy with my military duties. I happily took her up on the proposal. Amber loves her grandma, and that dear old fossil is her source of all hell. She's getting along with Samantha extremely well, which meant a lot of unannounced visits while I was away at the base. It's the summer after all, so neither Sam or Trent have much to do. I didn't mind it at all. Quite the opposite, actually. I welcomed it wholeheartedly. I worried about the prospect of Samantha and Lucy crossing paths once Lucy's out of the hospital and in the house, but there'll be time to worry about that later. Today I was held up late at base. One of our iron Pegasi, the super stallion of the older date, proved quite resistant to our handiwork. We had to get elbow deep into the engine to find the cause. Faulty wire in the fuel pump. Tiny thing causing massive problems. Think I could draw some parallels from that. As I was heading off the premises, I came across Nick again. We talked for a bit, mainly about our kids.
Amber invited Jack to come over to your new house.
She grinned.
Didn't know you had a place, Anon.
Wanted to have a space for herself. I shrugged and spread my arms. And for myself. She nodded.
Oh yeah, living with a bunch as affection as your family can be tiring, huh?
She nudged me with her elbow. I finger gunned her. You don't know the half of it. Put my hands in my pockets. So, about Jack coming over. She lifted her hand, shaking her head with a snicker.
Don't worry about a thing. Elliot will drop him off, let's say, tomorrow maybe?
Tomorrow sounds good.
Like in the morning, or...
Family is watching the house while I'm at base, so... I rubbed my nape. Whatever's good for you.
Awesome. Have a good one, Anon.
You too, Nick. I get in my car and drive off. The open road found me lost in thought. No focus, nothing in particular, just letting my thoughts wander and giving them a nudge whenever they needed to wander too deep into the forbidden zone. In my case, the zone is branded with Basil's name and likeness. I do not want to think about him, at least not until the cops have anything to tell me about him. I don't know whether I should treat their radio silence as good or bad omen, but I have to admit, the realization of how little they had to say since April makes me quite uneasy. Wonder if Ripley's gonna seek us out. He's probably gonna visit Samantha at some point, either to catch up or attempt to somehow reclaim her heart. Whether he'll attempt to sniff me out or not is another matter, one which only tightens the knot in my chest. God, I'm gonna be sick. Fucking hell. Oh wait, this was the wrong... Shit! My car comes to a rapid halt amongst the screeching of tires on asphalt. The driver behind me swerves to the left. A scaled hand sticks out of the window, the middle finger prominently displayed. Fucking moron! I ignore the angry driver and make a U-turn. Isn't this the road to the farm? Raptor Jesus, what's up with you, Anon? Can't even focus on the road anymore. Maybe it's early onset Alzheimer's kicking in. Pushing the thoughts of Basil, Ripley, and everything else to the back of my mind, I focus my whole attention on the road, so as not to get lost again. As I enter Heathcliff Street, I notice a couple of cars parked near my address. There's Reed's, Trish's, Samantha's. Yeah, Mom did mention something about a housewarming party. Fucking hell, that damn helicopter occupied us so much, I completely forgot that the party's today. Here's me, driving up to my house with a duffel bag reeking of motor oil and gasoline, my hands stained with machine grease, and my very own self sweaty and smelly after a hard day's work. Perfect day for the maintenance guys to take the base's showers out of commission for maintenance. Wonderful, fucking splendid. I parked the car on the driveway, and after wiping my hands into a rag pulled out of my duffel bag, I kill the engine, get out of the car, and head for the door. The lights in the living room were on, and I could see a bunch of people through the draperies, hanging out all over the house. I asked Mom not to invite anyone from the wider family to the party, as I simply don't have enough room here, and thank God she listened. As soon as I step inside, I'm welcomed by a choir of voices from the living room, which is connected to the hall directly. I raise my hand in a greeting, then skitter away to the bathroom to take a shower, refresh myself, and change. Stepping out, clean, fresh, and smelling a cheap shower gel, I hear raucous applause coming from the living room, followed by a din of voices. I go into the living room. Rosa and Reed are standing by the window, holding each other's hands. Rosa's cheeks are flushed crimson, her eyes are cast down. She looks kinda cute, smiling awkwardly like that. A glance to the other side reveals the rest of the party. Mom, Dad, Grandma, my step-siblings, Sam and Trent with their kids, Stella and Trish with her guy. They're spread across the room, some sitting on the couch, some on the chairs brought from the kitchen, or even on the floor. Mom's dabbing her eyes with a handkerchief, while Sophia rubs her arm. What's going on?
Rosa, tell him.
Mom sniffles. Huh? I turn to her. She slowly lifts her eyes with the cutest smile I've ever seen on a woman. She looks at me for a moment, stepping from side to side, then, after having her back patted by Reed, she clears her throat and stands up straight. I'm pregnant, hermanito. She clasps her hands together and tears up. Me and Reed are going to have a baby. Oh, shit. That's... Damn. Congratulations, you two. Rosa turns to Reed and stuffs her face into his chest, her face redder than her own dress. Took you long enough, I add. This remark is met with a burst of laughter from the gathered guests, some of which join in on tossing crude jokes at the soon-to-be parents. Reed blushes and rubs his nape, his face turning red-pink as he gives an awkward grin. Rosa's not amused. She lifts her head to glare at me. She sticks her tongue out at me and retreats back into the safety of Reed's arms. Sometime later, when the party settles down a bit, I'm sitting on the front lawn with my friends, looking up at the stars. The sounds of the night mingle with the whistle of the gentle breeze and rustling of the trees. Distant sounds of traffic add to the atmosphere of a sleepy city, which hustle and bustle slows down for the night. I stretch out on the grass with my hands behind my head. Rosa and Reed are on my left, Stella and Trish on the right. I tell them about my worries concerning Basil. Me going to the police about his suspicious behavior is met with universal approval. Lots of nodding and murmuring. Trish looks down at me. It's fucking ridiculous. I lift my head. What is? It's been 2 months, and they still don't know where he's at? I call bull. She hugs her knees and puts her chin on her forearms. It's a big city. It's a big city, Trisha. Rosa chimes in. Lots of places for him to hide, no? Trish scoffs and starts rocking rapidly back and forth. Even from such a low angle, I can see her fist clenching and relaxing at rapid intervals as the seething anger starts boiling inside her. Rip Riley. Always called cops them pigs, she snorts. Now I see why. She takes us all in with a wide look. They're quick to pounce on someone who didn't do nothing, but when real shit goes down, they take their sweet ass time. She turns her head and spits. Disgusting. I open my mouth to tell her that's pretty damn hypocritical of her, since she's probably riled Ripley up against me after the shooting, but I say nothing. I lay with my mouth open like a retard for a moment, then I slowly shut and scratch my head. Even if it's a big city, how hard can it be to find a guy who's as... I pause, looking for the right word. As unusual looking as Basil. I turn my head to Rosa. You haven't seen him recently, Rosa. Even in a crowd, he sticks out like a sore thumb. Rosa sulks a bit. She broods for a moment, then leans against Reed's wide chest and sighs. I tried finding him on Cave Book after Miss Samantha told me all those things about him stalking her, you know. She pauses to brood for a moment more. But I couldn't find him. His sister didn't reply to my messages. She rubs her horn. It's all very strange. Trish scoffs again, louder this time, which grants her the attention of all of us. What's so goddamn strange about it? She glances at Rosa. He went off the grid. Maybe Anon ratting him out spooked him? Stella doesn't look convinced. She's frowning and rubbing her beak with her eyes cast down. At one moment, she turns her gaze on me. Our eyes meet. Her words from 2 years ago ring in my ears like a distant echo. He will not let up. He will pursue you. Be ready for everything. Maybe I should look for him. A moment of tense silence follows. A scoff from Trish breaks it. Why do that? Are you retarded? Why the hell do you think I should do then? What the hell do you think I should do then? I push myself off the ground and sit up, my hands sinking into the deep grass. Should I sit with my thumb up in my ass till he feels safe enough to find me and bash my head in? She glares at me for a second, then shakes her head and puts her chin on her knees. Rosa speaks up. Anon, I'm not sure if it is a good idea. My head swivels around as if mounted on a gimbal. She's sitting up straight, having pushed herself away from Reed. He's leaning on his hands, peeking out from behind her with a dark, brooding look on his face. He's looking at some point far, far on the horizon. I feel my fingers curling up around the clumps of grass, my fingers digging into the soil. My heart starts racing as dark, foreboding thoughts flood my brain, a black, dense mist obscuring everything, bringing my mood down, down, down. Basil, pointing a gun at Amber. My grip on the grass tightens. Bang! I shudder, swallowing loud and hard. Buzzing, buzzing, buzzing. Anger, wrath, seething fucking rage. My face is cold, hot, cold, hot. Every single hair on my body stands up at attention as a wave of chills crashes through me. Fuck. Fuck! What if... My voice is trembling. I don't give a shit. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed that Stella had scooted away from me, with Trish not far behind. That glance to the other side reveals that Rose is not as much scared as she is worried. Same with Reed. The compassion, kindness, and worry on their faces make me pause. All the anger, rage, wrath, it all just stops. Evaporates. It's gone. Like a fire under a bucket of water. Calm down, my conscience speaks up. Be constructive. Raging and seething won't help. Yeah. Thanks, conscience. What if... I sound calm now, thank fucking God. What if he'll hurt Amber? I look around at each one of my friends in turn. He wants to hurt Lucy, yeah? Wants to hit her where it hurts most. I lift my hand to my face. It smells of fresh soil. I wipe it on my pants with a hard sigh. I just want Amber to be safe. Is that too much to ask? Someone puts their hand on my shoulder. It's Rosa. She's pale and rigid. Her eyes are twin balls of fiery anger. I already feel bad for the son of a bitch who's stupid enough to bring down the anger of that woman onto himself. No, Anon, it's not. Her voice is calm. Very calm. Her tone is chilling cold. I think that you should talk at least to his sister. She lets go of my shoulder and retreats, right into Reed's loving embrace. Trish sighs. I turn to her. Fuck me. She punches the ground. I hadn't thought of that. It's only been asking about you, so I thought that... Shit. She smacks the ground again. Yeah, you should at least hear his sister out. Maybe she knows where that little fuck is hiding. She pops her knuckles with a dark expression. And when we find out where he is, I'll tell him to leave my family the fuck alone. Finish the sentence for her. Enough people died already. Trish shrugs. She turns to Stella. You've been awfully quiet, Stella. What do you think Anon should do? The Stego runs her hand through her hair. She shifts on the spot, not looking at any of us, but at the stars. She leans back and rests her palms on the grass, keeping her eyes peeled at some distant constellation, as if she could see the future in that glimmer of its component stars. Trish follows her gaze and stares at the same spot in the sky with her for a couple seconds. She shakes her head, lowers it, looks at us and snorts. She's reading the stars. Give her a moment. Future can be discerned. The future can be discerned in many different ways, Trish. The trigger twitches and blushes slightly. Stella spoke like a master berating an impatient student. So, what do you see, Stella? I ask without a hint of mockery. Their cards proved exceedingly accurate when things came to pass. They foretold my meeting with Colgate. Now things would go between us, for example, to a frighteningly faultless degree. Whatever power that girl has, or whatever power she's in cahoots with, to me, she proved that they're real. Branching out to astrology would be nothing more than acquiring more tools to make her more efficient.
I say, go for it.
She runs her fingers through her hair again.
But be careful. If she doesn't want to answer some questions, back off, or the consequences may be dire.
What do you mean? She lowers her head and looks me in the eyes.
Remember that she's his sister. If you push her too hard, she will contact him and tell him that you're harassing her. And this will make him snap and pounce at the closest occasion.
Trish frowns and lifts her head from her knees, staring at Stella with an air of incredulity.
That's a logical conclusion. No need to wrap it up in all this mysticism shit.
Stella gives her a side eye.
You didn't complain when I gave you those lottery numbers.
Trish blushes and buries her face in her knees, wrapping her arms around her head for added concealment. Lottery numbers?
One mall in the city held a lottery.
Trish mumbles from behind the barrier.
You could win a car. You had to, fill out ballots and shit.
Stella nods with a self-satisfied air. She smirks.
I gave her a tarot reading. Told her to write the numbers of the cards she had drawn.
She pokes Trish with her finger.
You won, remember?
The mental image of Stella giving the impatient Trig a tarot reading at a cheap table inside a food court is hysterical. I can almost see Trish glancing over at the ballot box, then back at Stella, drumming on the table with her fingers, grumbling as Stella takes her time shuffling the cards. Stella's calm, absent. A shade dreamy look paired with a mystical expression completes the picture of utter hilarity. I chuckle. Trish grumbles and flips me off.
Whatever, she mumbles. Just go and talk to her. What's her face? Rosemary, Rosa sternly says. Dios mío, Trisha.
She shakes her head.
That girl doesn't wish ill to any of us.
Trish shrugs, her face still hidden.
I don't want Anon or Amber to be hurt, okay?
She slowly lifts her head and looks around.
What if he's at her place? What then?
She punches her knee.
He'll wind up dead?
Then go with me. I reach out and nudge her. You'll make a fine meat shield.
Fuck you, Skinny.
Stella clears her throat. Both me and Trish look at her. Rosa shifts in her spot. Reed remembers something to her.
Anon must go alone. Why?
Trish scoffs.
The spirit told you? Anon had run-ins with Basil before, and Basil didn't do anything.
I rub my head. Yeah, besides being a creepy little fuck. Stella acknowledges my input with a nod.
Still, he didn't hurt you. If you come alone, and he's at his sister's home, he won't hurt you still.
She pauses to think. Rosa chimes in.
What makes you think that? I've just told you what.
Stella shrugs. I nod and lie back down. We stargaze for a while the breeze whistles between the trees, bringing with itself the smell of the sea. After a while, Rosa and Reed start talking in whispers. She chuckles, very softly, and pats him on the cheek. He nuzzles her with his snout. Turn my head to the other side. Trish is frowning. She's staring not at the stars, but at the tree line before her with a hearty expression, her jaw set. She notices me looking at her and flips me off with a crooked smirk. I flip her off in return, tossing in a grin for good measure. She snorts and shakes her head, after which her features soften up. My gaze shifts to the last of her little group. Stella's staring at the stars like one studying a book or intricate tapestry. She's rubbing a strand of her hair with her thumb and index finger, murmuring soundlessly. She's so lost in contemplation of the heavens that she doesn't notice me watching her. I reach into my pocket and pull out my phone. Let's see. Cave book. Search for friends. Rosemary Egmont. I start scrolling down the list of profiles. It's surprisingly extensive. No. 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 Wait. Wait, there she is. She changed her last name? Interesting. Probably married someone. Or just wants to move on from the past in any way possible. Hey there, Rosemary. How are you? It's me, Alan from high school. Remember me? Well, here's hoping she won't block me immediately. Wait, she read it. Oh shit, she's typing. She's probably about to tell me to fuck off, judging from how she looked at me the last time we saw each other. Hey there, what's going on with you? Huh. Well, that's unexpected. I'm fine. You? We spent a few minutes catching up on minute bullshit. From the tone of her messages and how readily she replies, I assume that she doesn't seem to hold a grudge against me anymore. Let's see if my assumptions are true. Rosemary, I'd like to ask you something. There's a long pause from her side. So long that I'm starting to worry that she may have blocked me, but no. The 3 dots start bouncing up and down as she types her reply. What is it? I can almost feel the hesitation behind those 3 words. I want to talk about your brother. Another long pause, even longer than the previous. It drags on and on and on for such a long time that my fear about her having blocked me starts to slowly morph into a certainty. I swallow, which makes me realize just how dry my throat is. I've been laying as still as a corpse in the coffin for the past 15 minutes, and it seems that my silence and furious typing on my phone finally caught the attention of my companions. No one's talking. I glance around and, sure enough, everyone's looking at me. Great. Being the center of attention is lovely. I fucking love it. Wonderful feeling. Yes, sir. Oh, Jesus fucking... Okay, let's meet at my apartment. I want to talk about this through text. Go team. My fingers furiously dance around the screen, tapping out the message within seconds. Okay, can you send me your address? Pause from her side, then a quick reply. It's on my profile. Alright, I'm a moron. Right, when do you want to meet? The dance of the 3 dots is short-lived. Saturday or Sunday, whichever works best for you. Saturday it is, then. She replies with a thumbs up emoji and goes offline. I put my phone away and wrap my arms behind my head, staring straight up at the sky. The silence doesn't last long.
So, what did she tell you?
Trish asks. Nothing yet, I say. We're meeting on Saturday. Stella murmurs to herself, but doesn't speak up. Rosa reaches out and puts her hand on my shoulder.
Be careful, Lennon.
Careful's my middle name. Reed murmurs something and looks down at me. We mean it, dude. If he's there, turn on your heel and leave. I frown and look up at him. He's got a dark look on his face, pale echo of his old, wrathful self from the days past. I swallow, creeps passing through me like an army of ants on a stroll. But Stella said... What Stella said requires assumptions, and a lot of them. They taught us at college that assumptions cost lives. He glances over the stego. No offense, Stella. She lifts her head and shakes her head.
It's fine.
Trish grumbles but doesn't speak up. Reed continues. Basil hadn't hurt you yet. He stabs the air with his claw as he points at me. Seeing you alone, his home turf may just give him the push to do it. He pauses. I rub my nose, hemming. You think his sister wants to lead me into a trap or something? He shakes his head. None of the sort. He may just happen to be there. May just be happen to come over to visit at the same time as you. Who knows? He shrugs. My point is, if he's there, book it. I turn off the engine and get out. The house is quite big for a single-family home. 2 stories, slanted roof, a large front yard, and a tree growing behind the house, suggesting a backyard just as spacious as its front-facing cousin. I walk up to the door and ring the bell. Ring! This won't take long. We have a few questions. 1, where is your brother? 2, do you know that he's been bothering my friends and family? 3, did he mention me to you at all? 4, what was he up to since the trial? Man, I should be a cop. Really feel like I missed my calling. Maybe they'll take me in after I'm out of the Navy. Or maybe I'll become a mall cop instead. Like that one dude in that comedy flick. Since she changed her last name, she may be married. Wonder what kind of guy her husband is. Hope he's not one of those choleric types who fly into rage at the slightest provocation. Or a piece of shit like Ripley, who wants to establish dominance at all cost.
Zach, can you get the door, please?
Rosemary's voice is coming from deep within the apartment. The heavy tread approaching the door makes me straighten up, as to make myself as tall as possible. He's a big guy. Did she marry a Utah raptor? Maybe he's a brontosaurus. Or maybe... The door opens, revealing a tall, broad-shouldered, thickly built, muscular human guy. He looks me over from head to foot with the methodical slowness of someone who's been in many dangerous situations. Probably ex-military. Raptor, Jesus, what the fuck is that scar? Must have got hit with shrapnel right on the nose. Or just got difficulty breathing. Can I help you? Hundreds of hours dropped in the claw of duty taught me how to recognize those fuckers based on how they speak alone. Russians. You cannot mistake those short vowels with any other. And my dear old man always told me that gaming is a waste of time. Who's laughing now, you cue ball fuck? Yeah, hi, I'm Anon. I came to visit Rosemary. He raises an eyebrow. Wait a moment. He looks over his shoulder. Fialka, these Anon guys here. He looks back at me suspiciously.
Let him in.
He gives me another suspicious look, then slowly steps aside and gestures for me to come inside. The entry hall is small, just big enough for the 2 of us. I rub shoulders with him constantly as I take my jacket off, and all the while his gaze burns into me like a laser. What's this guy's deal? He knows about me. He has to if he's living with Rosemary, so he knows that I'm not a journalist. So with all that quiet hostility then. He follows some distance behind me as we walk down a long, wide corridor. So, when did you meet Rosemary? 3 years ago. Each of the doors is wider than doors usually are. As we walk past the kitchen, I notice that the countertops are a bit lower than in any other house I've been to. The stairs leading to the 2nd floor are equipped with an escalator platform. Noticing that last detail, I glance over at my silent guardian. This guy's built like a brick shit house. He could probably carry Rosemary, wheelchair included, up and down the stairs no problem. When did you 2 get married? 2 years ago. Oh, nice. I pause and give an awkward chuckle, rubbing my hands. It's great that she found such a caring husband. The tension in the air lessens. He murmurs to himself, but doesn't honor me with an actual reply. Not until we arrive at the end of the passage. Door on the left. I turn and enter a decently sized living room, furnished with a lavishness one would expect from a decently rich Russian guy. Mahogany furniture, expensive leather couch, old grandfather clock sitting by a panoramic window opening to a large backyard, Persian rug on the floor. Wonder how long Rosemary had explained to him that rugs go on the floor, not on the wall. Rosemary is sitting by the window, her hands folded on her laps. A pair of babies is sitting on a blanket in a small pen on the floor next to her. A human boy and a dino girl. Funny. Life can be really funny sometimes. Especially when it comes to those who suffered the most. She turns her head upon our entry. She changed from the last time I saw her. The pain of her past experiences has left a mark on her face, no less permanent than Basil's scar. The corners of her mouth are drooping slightly, but that's not what's striking about the change in her. It's her eyes. Melancholy, sadness, regret. I can see them clearly in the way she looks at me. I can see them in the dim, calm fire in her eyes. She smiles a little when she sees me. When she does, wrinkles under her eyes deepen, adding about 10 years to that still young, pretty face.
Good afternoon, Alan.
Hey, Rosemary.
Sit down, please.
She wheels herself around to face me. I plant myself on the couch near her. She looks over to her man.
Zach, take Daisy and Luca to their room, please.
He hesitates and turns his head. The moment he looks at me, I feel my body tensing up. We stay like this for a moment. He, watching me careful as I'm being watched. It takes a lot for me to not turn to him and tell him to fuck off. I get that he's protective of her, but why the fuck is he so suspicious? Are you sure? He walks over and looks down at her, gently stroking her hair. His close-cut beard partially conceals his warm smile. Fialka, you don't...
Zach, please.
She puts her hand on his and gently, albeit firmly, takes it off her head.
This is a conversation between me and Anon.
He looks down at me, narrows his eyes, then slowly steps away from her and leans over the kennel wall, gently picks both babies. Yell if you need anything.
I will. Thank you, Zachy.
He nods and leaves the room. I can track his progress across the house by listening to his footsteps alone. He's down the corridor. Now he's climbing the steps. Now he's walking somewhere deeper inside the house. I rub my knees, trying to get the shuddering under control. Raptor, Jesus fucking Christ, what a scary dude. Never coming here again. He's very protective.
It's in his nature, she smiles. He cares about those he loves.
Not so subtle jab at me. Served. I had to learn the same thing the hard way. I squeezed my knee 1, 2, 3 times. Guess it wouldn't get through my thick skull any other way.
Perhaps not.
She wheels herself around to face the window.
Milhouse comes over sometimes, you know?
Huh. Unexpected development. You keep in touch with him?
We have much in common.
She drums on her lap, then wheels herself about to look at me once more. We spend the next couple of seconds just looking at one another, while Zach's tread rumbles overhead. She squeezes her hand with the other, glances to the side, squeezes her hand again, and looks back at me.
You came here to ask about Basil,
She says slowly.
Why?
He's been... I hesitate. How should I word it? I don't want to put her off, or worse, push her like Stella warned me not to do. Be diplomatic, but don't lie. He's been a nuisance to my family, to my friends, and lately to myself. He's been stalking some of them, and he's been hanging around Lucy's hospital whenever I come to visit her. Her eyes widen. Her eyebrows go up. She straightens up slightly. She's not shocked at all. It's as if she expected to hear me say that. But what's really interesting is that she's not as surprised as I hoped she would be. He told you about what he's gonna do? She shields her eyes with her hands and sighs deeply into her palms. Fuck. This is the moment where I get dragged out of here by the collar and thrown out by the Rusky army vet. Shouldn't have asked that, I think. Shit. She pauses and puts her hands down.
He talked about it.
She rubs her thighs, then wheels herself with one hand, turning her back on me. We sit in silence for a very long time. The faint sound of wind dashing against the outside of the window, paired with the ticking of the clock, mingles with her murmuring, creating a bit of a sad, slightly foreboding atmosphere. Feels like I'm In a detective mystery novel or something.
He said that he's gonna make her pay.
She suddenly speaks up.
That he's gonna make her suffer like he did.
Basil, pointing a gun at Amber, who stares at him with wide open eyes. Bang! The rage surges, rushes, goes to my head so strongly that for a moment my vision gets blurry and my head grows light.
Calm down. Remember the last time you let your feelings get the better of you? Calm the hell down.
Right. I need to focus, but on what?
The clock. It's ticking. Focus on that.
Good idea. Ticking of the grandfather clock is exceedingly loud in the silence that's fallen between us. Breathe in. Breathe out. Breathe in. Breathe out. Breathe in. Breathe out. It takes me a bit, but I finally managed to focus on something else than the overwhelming desire to bash Basil's fucking skull in. Breathe in. Breathe out. Focus. Calm down. Once I'm focused enough, I follow through with conscience's advice to a letter. I kick anger's ass. I stamp it down, beat it into a pulp, curb stomp it, bash its kneecaps in. I'm calm. I'm exceedingly calm. I'm the paragon of serenity. A real fucking Buddhist monk. I see. My voice is level, and my tone is calm. She watches the overcast sky in silence, with her snout in her palm for a while. The creaking of wheels as she turns herself about makes me twitch, but I compose myself before she fully faces me. She looks me in the eyes, the flame of melancholy and pain burning bright in hers.
He was angry. Very angry. And I was scared that he'd hurt someone.
She shields her eyes and gives a low, long, shaky sigh.
I was worried about you.
Well, that's unexpected. She surely hated my guts at the trial, but it's been 6 years since then. People change. Look how much you've changed over the course of those 6 years. Thank you. She either doesn't hear me or doesn't care what I said.
I was worried about your friends, too. Especially that Triceratops girl.
Trish? She nods and starts rubbing her thighs. After a moment of this, she freezes. Then, suddenly, her right hand shoots up to her forehead, which receives the same treatment as her legs. Her eyes are cast down. The corners of her mouth are dancing up and down. As I sit there, quiet and awkward, watching her go through a crisis of her own, an errant thought enters my head. What if her man walks in on us now? I freeze. Go completely rigid. Fuck, coming here was a bad idea. He's as protective as a lion, or more fitting for him, a Siberian tiger. Twist off my head if you twist a cap off a jar. Rosemary, you don't have to talk about it if you don't want to, I say softly. She lifts her head. Anger joined the sadness. I know that combination. Saw it in the mirror for the longest time.
But I do want to talk about it.
She jerks her head forward.
Zakar tries to understand. He's loving as hell, but he didn't go through it. He doesn't know how it feels.
He seems to be a military veteran. I speak up without much conviction.
That's different.
She shakes her head.
Very different. You know what I went through because of what she did?
She smacks her knee with her fist.
I can't feel that. I haven't felt a thing below my waist for 6 goddamn years.
She lifts her lip up a little. She lifts her lip a little. Her fangs glimmer like a row of white spikes. I wasn't hurt like you, I protest. You can't compare. She hisses softly. I pause and fall silent.
You were hurt just as much as me.
She jabs the air with her claw.
Don't deny it. You saw it. What it all looked like when it was over. Not to mention what her father did to you.
It's my turn to sit silent with my eyes cast down. I grip both my knees and squeeze them harder, harder and harder. The memories of that hellish time before the trial jump out of the well of memories and start spinning, spinning, a whirlwind of thick, black, bilious smoke. Fuck. Fuck. The buzzing begins, and for almost a minute, it fights to spread, to envelop my whole mind. Fill me to the brim. I don't let it. Focus. Focus on the clock.
You're just as damaged goods as I am.
She continues, her voice low, her tone bitter. Well, I fix myself up a little. I raise my eyes. I have a kid now. She'll be 6 next year. She's silent for a very, very long time. I don't let my eyes off her face for a second. And during that silence, I see the color leave her countenance, replaced by a look of shocked realization. Seconds later, the realization withers away, and along with color returning to her face, anger takes the place of shock. But the anger itself doesn't last for very long. Maybe it's how I told her about Amber. Maybe it's something she saw on my face, but the exasperation melts into a look of understanding.
I see,
She whispers.
Is this why you came here?
I nod. If it was only about me, I'd face him head on any day, but it's not just me. I lean forward. I need to know what he's up to, Rosemary. If he tries to hurt my daughter. I pause, choked back by anger, fighting to come out. I stifle that fire, douse it with water, drown it. I will hurt him. I finish slowly. She doesn't break down in tears. She doesn't scream for help, nor does she reach for her phone and dial Basil's number. She only watches me struggle and finally nods.
I understand.
She rubs her brow.
But I'm sorry. I can't help you.
My fists clench. Before I can stop myself, I blurt out, "Why? Because he's your brother?" She takes my outburst very calmly. She waits for me to settle down, and then slowly shakes her head.
I would help you if I could, because he's my brother,
She says, putting a very strong emphasis on the latter half of her sentence.
I don't want him to make a terrible mistake.
Then why didn't you talk to him?
He's ignoring my calls, my texts, my emails, everything, she growls. He'd sparsely given a sign of life the 2 years.
2 years. Oh, shit. Exactly the time Fuck. He started stalking my friends and family 2 years ago. I shield my eyes. She gives me an incredulous look. She doesn't say a word, but she doesn't have to. I tell her everything. Spill the beans. Stop beating around the bush. She listens without interrupting me, moving without saying anything. Her expression doesn't change. Face could be a stone mask as far as I'm concerned. Flame in her eyes, though, gradually grows brighter as I go on, the pain and melancholy mounting, piling on and on, but she doesn't cry. She doesn't even shed a tear or sniffle. There's a brief pause between us after I'm done, which doesn't last.
You want to find him, yes?
Her voice is trembling slightly, the only sign of her inner tribulations. Yes.
I don't know where he is, but I know what job he has. I can help you.
It's huge. Some snoogle searches and he's mine. Do you know where he works? She shakes her head.
I don't know exactly. All I know is that he's an antiquarian, and he works somewhere in the city center.
An antiquarian. Fitting occupation for someone as stuck in the past as he. I rub my chin. Do you know anything else? She thinks for a moment, rubbing her thighs. She rubs them pretty hard, now that I look at it, almost crushing them in her grip. It's as if she's hoping that maybe, if she squeezed them hard enough, she'd feel something, anything. A pause in the proceedings puts me on alert. I sit up, focusing back on her face. The fire's burning bright, a strong, roaring flame.
No,
She mutters.
sorry, Anon, I don't know anything else.
I nod, and after a moment of awkward silence, I slowly rise to my feet. Thank you, Rosemary. This will be a huge help for me. She grabs my hand, stopping me in my tracks. Her grip is surprisingly strong for someone so small and scrawny looking. It hurts. Her eyes are almost glowing. That's how bright the fire in them burns.
Basil,
She pauses, choked back by sudden influx of tears. I freeze. It's the first time she showed any sign of her inner tribulations. She blinks away the tears and clears her throat.
Basil has been suffering since that day. He loved Leo.
She squeezes my hand. I grimace slightly. Fucking hell, how is she so strong?
Do you know how it feels to lose someone you hold dear?
She mutters.
Not knocked away somewhere, out of your reach, but still alive, no.
Her grip loosens, then tightens again.
Lost. Gone. Dead.
Another squeeze. I don't fight back. Rather not have my spine broken by her husband if she finds his wife on the floor with me standing over her. But also, I want to hear her out. A confession. A survivor telling another survivor what happened.
Please understand that I don't hate Lucy, despite what she put me and my brother through.
Her other hand moves to the spot on her lower back. She rubs it for a second, her eyes drifting away from me, towards some point far, far away. She snaps out of it after a couple seconds, blinks once, twice, then lifts her eyes up to me once more and continues, as if nothing had happened.
She wasn't herself that day.
Her grip loosens once more.
But Basil, dear God, if you'd only seen him, laying in bed for days at a time, refusing to eat, refusing to say anything, staring at the wall.
She swallows, blinking desperately to keep the tears away, but it's in vain. Her eyes are hazy. Her voice is trembling. I listen. A confession. What do I even know about Basil?
If you'd only heard him cry in the night, scream Leo's name in his sleep. If you'd only seen him throw himself at Leo's casket at the burial.
Her grip tightens more and more as she goes on, which, when paired with the monotonous tone of her voice, makes me a bit uneasy. It actually starts to hurt now, or hold on me, but just as before, I don't move. I don't even peep. I listen. Get to know someone before you judge them.
He was never the same after the trial.
Basil's words, filled with greed, spite, and venom, reverberate in my head, as clear as if he was right next to me. I lost the love of my life at that moment. Lost him to her. She made my sister a cripple. I don't care if Fang was hallucinating or having an episode or whatever. She killed Leo, and I hope she rots in hell for it. And then, as if in response, Lucy's words echo in my ears. I destroy everything. I hope I will never leave this place. If only he knew. If only he knew how much she's suffering because of what she did. Could an understanding be forged between them? Not a friendship, but at least an understanding. To him, she's a monster, but he doesn't know what she herself is going through. Would he even care?
If he
Rosemary's words snap me back to reality.
If he makes a move, remember what I told you.
She lets go of my hand and wheels herself around to face the window. I stand there, my hand still up in the air where she grabbed it. I look at it, then let it fall. Then I look at Rosemary. If you're asking me not to hold it against him, she spins in the wheelchair in place, the swiftness of it catching me completely by surprise.
I am not. He abandoned us. Mom, Dad, me.
She pauses.
He cut himself off from us, despite us wanting nothing but to help him.
Her tone suddenly turns cold.
He chose his path. I love him, but I hate who he's become.
Another pause.
We're done talking. Leave.
I nod and step away. Thank you for your help, Rosemary. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Anna.
She turns to the window. I leave the house in a hurry and get in my car, then drive off. Basil suffered. Of course he suffered. Everyone affected by this catastrophe did. So you think that gives him impunity? That it gives him the right to stalk and bother me, my friends, my family?
It obviously does not, but maybe you could try understanding where he's coming before going all Mr. Cynical?
What does it matter?
You're awfully like he was at the trial right now.
He wants to hurt Lucy. He wants to hurt us. I get that he went through hell, but still, it's no justification for what he's been doing for the past 2 years.
You hate him.
I do not. I just don't want Amber or Lucy to be hurt. If he tries to hurt either, I'll snap him like a twig. Conscience doesn't answer. Maybe my answer satisfied it. Maybe I decide to shut off the tap of wisdom for now. Who knows? Who cares? I arrive home in the late afternoon. I sit in the car for a few minutes, looking at the house. The irritation and frustration, kicked up by my ponderings over the matter of Basil and what Rosemary told me, melt away, replaced by a soft, glowing feeling of pride. My own house. Fucking hell, I still cannot believe it. The front door opens, letting out a pair of kids. One of those kids is Amber, in her favorite yellow dress. The other is a short, pale blue baryonyx boy with hair a shade darker than his scales. They both race towards the car. I open the door just as they arrive.
Hello, Papa,
Amber exclaims. Hey, Amby. The boy gives me his hand just as I get out of the car.
Hello, Mr. Anon.
We shake hands. Hey, Jack. When did you come? He puts his hand in his pockets.
An hour ago, Dad dropped me off.
Amber snickers.
Grandma wanted to make him tea, but he didn't want any, she tells me in Spanish. He ran like a scared chicken.
Jack frowns and nudges Amber on the shoulder. She nudges him back, sticking out her tongue at him.
I can't understand you.
Jack sticks out his tongue in retaliation.
Stop speaking Spanish.
Hey, kids. Be nice. Amber doesn't listen. She starts making faces at Jack, taunting him in Spanish. He takes none of that. He rushes at her, to which she responds with a swift dodge and an even more swift retreat. They start chasing each other around the front yard with me shouting to them to stop being mean to each other. After a short time, Jack stops sounding angry and starts calling to Amber to slow down. Each time she makes a nasty face at him over her shoulder, her tongue at full display. They run back into the house, from where they're chased out into the backyard by Sophia shouting at them in her native tongue. The back door slams. Moments later, I hear Jack shouting,
You're a poopy head!
Amber gasps and stalks in her tracks. A moment later, there's a sound of a scuffle in the backyard. I shake my head, chuckling to myself. Kids, so damn innocent. Sophia welcomes me on the threshold with a hug and a kiss on the cheek. I then hang my jacket while she goes to the kitchen. I follow, enticed by the smell of freshly brewed coffee. Sure enough, there's a large cup of it waiting for me on the table. Thanks for taking care of the house and the kids, Sophia, I say. She chortles, lifting her hand.
Ni lo menciones.
she says.
Grandmas take care of their children, no?
She smiles a little, then sits down opposite of me.
That other child, Jack, he's a proper young man.
Yeah, he is. Better not mention what you just called Amber. Don't want to spoil the mood. Sophia, could you watch the house tomorrow? I have some business to take care of in the city.
With pleasure, Anon.
She nods. Gracias, abuela. The remainder of the afternoon is uneventful. Jack's old man comes to pick him up around the evening. He's a big guy. Not as big as Ripley or Simone, but he's up there. Broad shoulders, wide chest. Complete opposite of Nick. That's how dinos are, I suppose. I call Reed's mom after Jack leaves with his dad and Amber's in bed. Good evening, Miss Card.
Good evening, Anon.
She sounds tired. I pass the next couple seconds in silence, wondering how I should approach this. I don't want to spook her off or come off as pushy, but what I want is quite urgent. Yeah, fuck it, pedal to the metal. I have a favor to ask of you, I say. Can I swing by the old Casa del Card tomorrow?
No, of course.
She yawns softly.
Sorry, I've been up all day and I'm well spent.
Another yawn. Exhibition? Her reply is drowned in another long, loud yawn. There's a faint creaking of springs in the background, then someone's voice. They're asking something. I wonder if she's in bed. Her voice gets quieter as she leans away from the phone.
No, Scotty, it's Anon. Yeah, I'll tell him.
Soft rustling of scales.
Scott sends his regards.
Right back at him, Miss Guard. So, when should I come by?
Before noon.
More rustling of scales.
The governor's wife. Well, let's say I'm having a business meeting in the afternoon.
Got it. See you then, Miss Guard. The next morning, I'm sitting at the kitchen table, effecting a search for Basil. I try everything, looking up his name and his last name, combining the two with his occupation, narrow my search down to Volcadero City Center, but despite my best efforts, I find nothing. Snoogle failed me, for the first time ever. Sure, his socials are still up, but completely dead since May of 6 years ago. Out of curiosity, I check out his cavebook page. Big mistake. There are pictures upon pictures of him and his friends. Pictures of him and Leo heavily dominate the collection. Them on walks, at dinners, eating ice cream, hugging, kissing, cuddling. In every picture they were smiling. They were happy, content, full of hope for the future. Bang! No more future for you. He loved Leo. Never heard anyone scream like that. She killed Leo, and I hope she rots in hell for it. I realize that I'm shaking. I put my phone down. My eyes are wet. My bottom lip's trembling slightly, while my heart beats in a steady, strong rhythm, like a whole set of timpani. I don't even know when my hand's at my face, rubbing the tears out of my eyes. I'm sitting in the kitchen. Amber's still sleeping and Sophia hasn't come over yet. The house is quiet, save for me trying to keep myself together. I destroy everything. She killed Leo. I destroy everything. She killed Leo. I jump to my feet, pushing the chair back so violently that it's a miracle it doesn't fall over. The rumble it makes as it skids across the floor cuts through the silence of the morning like a knife, but I don't fucking care. Fresh air. I need a bit of fresh air. That's it. I'll get some fresh air and I'll be fine and dandy. I put my thoughts to action at once. I head outside into the backyard. I sit on the grass. It's thick with morning dew. Air smells of freshly cut grass. There's a lawnmower going somewhere in the distance. The wind picks up. Rustling of leaves fills the air, drowning out the lawnmower. Blades of grass bend in the wind. Stray droplets of dew hit my face. Across the yard, near the back, sits an avocado tree. Simone's gift. I get up and walk over to it slowly, as if in a dream. All the way, Basil's and Lucy's words toll in my head like a funeral bell. She killed Leo. I destroy everything. She killed Leo. I destroy everything. I touch the tree. Close my eyes. Listen to the rustling of its leaves. It's loud. Very loud. Louder than the trees around it. Loud enough to drown out my own thoughts. The wind dies down after what feels like hours. With the rustling of leaves dying down, I find that my thoughts have died down also. I pat the tree's trunk. Thank you. I go back inside, just in time to hear a car pulling up into the driveway. Must be Mom and Sophia. I go across the house and open the front door, where the old Ankylosaurus are walking down the path leading up to the entrance. I wave to Mom and let the old lady in. She isn't coming in?
No, she has to help Rosa at their house.
Sophia pauses. She narrows her eyes and takes a good long look at my face.
What happened?
My foul mood hasn't fully dissipated yet. I'm still slightly pale, judging from how cool my face feels. And besides that, my jaw's set. Must still look pretty shaken up. I shut the door and go to the kitchen. Noticing the phone on the counter, I find something which I can put the fault on. I walk up to it and swipe the culprit off the counter in a bit of an overdramatic fashion. I've been reading some war stuff. Put it in my pockets. Harrowing stuff. She narrows her eyes, then pokes me on the chest with her finger. Ouch. Damn dino claws.
Good thing you haven't gone there then.
She looks around.
Is Amber still sleeping?
I nod.
Well, I'll go wake her up.
She says, "Oh, come on, Sophia. It's Sunday. Didn't God take a day off on the 7th day?" She pauses on the threshold, then slowly turns her back to look at me. She narrows her eyes once more, her piercing gaze being enough to make me pause and freeze up like a rabbit about to get run over by a 16-wheeler. After a moment, her features soften and her gaze mellows out. I can breathe again, thank God.
Sí. Tienes razón.
She steps back and gestures at me to sit down.
Sit. I'll make you some coffee.
No, I need to be going. I lift my hands and shake my head. Maybe after I come back. Thanks, Sophia. She shrugs.
Como quieras.
As I walk out the front door, I'm chased by the sounds of her rummaging through the cupboards and setting the kettle on. Funny thing, those kettles. Not a common thing, but they're quite useful. Beats heating up water in a microwave, that's for sure. Seen enough vids of people getting steam blasted to avow permanently abandoning that way of brewing. I get in the car and back out of the driveway. Nearly an hour later, I'm at Reed's parents' place. Man, when I first came here, I was a freshly traumatized, penniless loser, clinging to what few shreds of sanity I had left. Look at me now. Father, homeowner, valued worker. Maybe it'll all last. I hope so. I leave the car and enter the complex, then start the ascent. 5 minutes later, I'm in the Card's living room with a hot cup of beef tea in my hands and Linda for company. She's wearing a washed-out t-shirt and jeans in a similar state of dilapidation. The hairband is in place, but her hair's not as curly as I remember. Maybe she hadn't curled it all up yet. It is pretty early in the morning.
You know, it's so quiet and empty without them around.
She takes a sip of her beverage. Orson left for college already? She nods and sighs.
Yeah, they grow up so fast.
She slowly shakes her head and takes another sip.
Save their time with your little girl. Won't last forever.
She nods with a melancholic smile. I drink in a bit of the tea. It's more of a broth than a tea now that I think about it. Wait, is that meat? Oh, it is a beef tea? Yeah, I know. I lower my head. My reflection is smiling back at me. A few chunks of meat have clumped together around my head. I don't know why, but seeing that triggers a pang of anxiety deep within my chest. I swill the cup, dispelling the illusion of a meaty mush where my temple is, then lift my eyes up to Linda and set my cup down. Miss Card, I came to you because... I hesitate, but only for a moment. I know what I came here for. Time to spill the beans. Because I'm looking for someone. She tilts her head with a soft, confused smile.
I don't know if I can help you with that, but tell me more.
She leans forward, lifts the cup and takes a sip. I'm looking for an acquaintance, I say slowly. He's an antiquarian. He works in the city center of Volcadera. She stops sipping and chews for a bit, then throws her head back like a hawk swallowing a piece of mouse. She wipes her mouth with her hand and sets the cup down, twines her fingers together and rests her jaw on them.
I know people who fit that description, she smirks. Can you tell me more about him?
I describe Basildur as best I can. At no point of my oration do I ever see a sliver of recognition in her face. She is interested. The way she leans, her nodding and murmuring at some points prove it quite aptly. But in the end, she doesn't seem to know who I'm talking about.
I'm sorry, Anon, I don't know him.
Well, that leads a bust. Seeing me slump, she lifts her finger.
But...
I sit up and lean in, hands on my knees.
But I know a lot of people in those circles. Friends of friends and such.
She lifts her head momentarily to gesture with her fingers.
I can ask around.
Well, this lead may not have been a bust after all. Approaching a famous artist to ask about an antiquarian was a pretty good idea.
But it may take a while before I know anything.
I have time. The whole 3 months of it. After that, I'll have to look into ways of keeping a vengeful tarot man off my property. Preferably ones which don't involve firearms. I'm in no hurry. No need to rush into the Grim Reaper's arms yet.
Okay.
She smiles and picks her cup back up.
Is there anything else you need?
No, thank you. Look down at my cup. My own reflection is staring down at me with a serious face. The clump of meat chunks has moved, now congregating around my chest area. Why am I so anxious? For fuck's sake, this whole thing with Basil, cops not being able to, or not feeling like, locating him, his weird fucking behavior when I saw him last time, it's making me paranoid. Fucking hell.
Are you okay, Anna?
I blink and tear my eyes away from the vision of a gash in my chest, given to me by a grieving, half-insane microraptor. Linda's smile is gone, replaced by a look of worry, along with a slight tilt of the head and a cautious gaze. I'm fine, really. I rub my eyes. I didn't sleep well last night, you know, and I read some news stories before I came here. I swallow, recalling the smiling faces of Basil and Leo. You know, reports from Afghanistan and all that. She sighs, shakes her head and takes another sip from her cup.
Oh dear. No wonder you're so shaken up.
Another sigh.
War's the worst invention of civilization. Why won't people make art instead?
Person in my life used to make art. I destroyed that part of them. What's wrong with me? Why the fuck am I in such a self-loathing mood lately? Basil may have something to do with it. Your part in what made him who he is today may have something to do with it also. Oh, really? Thanks, conscience. Well, thanks for the tea, Miss Card. I get up. I need to get going. I have a lot to do today. She nods and gives me a long, warm look.
Be seeing you, Anon.
Remainder of June goes by uneventfully. So does August, for the most part. In the latter half of the third month of summer, Amber goes back to school. Jack's visits at our house become a regular occurrence around this time, with me becoming something of an uncle to that little scamp. After a while, the urchin even starts to actually call me uncle. September is just as uneventful as the previous 2 months. I go and ask around at the cop house if they found anything about Basil's whereabouts. The answers they give me are most unsatisfactory, mostly due to them keeping a tight lip on any details, courtesy of investigation protocol. Cool. Now I know why Trish's little brother doesn't like cops. The police is not the only venue that fails to deliver any substantial information regarding Basil's whereabouts, or any actual detail concerning him. I called Linda regularly, asking on updates with her search, but she's as empty-handed as the boys in blue. No one told her anything yet. Some people have a passing memory of him, but nothing tangible. Wonderful. Maybe he simply lied to Rosemary. Wouldn't surprise me, since, after all, she is his sister, and even as mentally ill as he became, he probably wouldn't want to disturb her too much. Telling her that he's been busy stalking the friends and family of the guy who used to be the boyfriend of a girl who murdered the love of his life sounds like something she'd have a violent reaction to. I don't keep my talks with Linda secret from Reed. I told him not long after I left his family home that day. He was cool with it, and even commended me for smart thinking. There's someone who knows something about that little rat. Be one of my mom's friends, he told me. She knows tons of people dealing in art. Old and new. I did not share the results, or the lack thereof, of the search she conducted at my request. He didn't ask. Seems like he doesn't want to know. Visits to Lucy were a welcome respite from the horror of the commonplace, and from my personal horror at Basil, on a stakeout for the lives of my loved ones. Her smile, her laugh, the brightness of her face when we talked about her impending discharge were like a balm for my aching soul. Funny how our roles have turned around this time. She became the comforting one, while I became the one comforted. She hugged and kissed me, told me that everything's going to be alright, that soon we'll be happy and be living together. That we'll finally be a family. With each passing day, those words feel less like castles in the air and more like simple statements, observations, hard, cold facts. Doc Mitchell's assessment of the situation only strengthened my conviction regarding this. He kept telling me that the discharge will proceed without a hitch. He talked things over everything with Miss Hildegard. She saw his notes and has seen the recordings of Lucy's therapy sessions. She even watched some of them as they happened, from behind a Venice mirror. They sure love those at that damn hospital. Finally, October's arrived. First week passed, then the second, and finally, the day I've been waiting for the past 6 years, was finally upon me. October 20th, year 2026 M160 BC. It's a cold, rainy day. The sky is overcast, with patches of dark clouds racing across the field of silvery gray. I'm sitting at the kitchen window with a big old cup of coffee before me, my eyes glued to the driveway. Been stuck at this post since dawn, perked up by the notion of what was once unthinkable finally happening. Lucy is leaving the hospital today. For the first time in 6 years, she will walk free once more. Amber's at school, which makes the house awfully empty and quiet. No patter of feet on the floor, no singing, no strumming on the ukulele, no conversation struck up with the trilobites. It's only me by my lonesome, drinking coffee, watching the driveway and waiting. Rain's drumming on the roof and on the windows. Thin streams of rain dripping down the glass panes. I look up at the kitchen clock. 8 in the morning. Lucy will be leaving the hospital in half an hour. It's about 45 minutes from here into the hospital if there's no traffic jams on the way. Lucy will be here 9:30, probably 9:45. This wait is fucking killing me. Grabbing my coffee, I get up and head over to my bedroom. Simone gifted me a double bed, even though I hadn't even mentioned Lucy to him in this context. Maybe, despite what he may think about her, he hoped that sometime in the future she'd end up using this bed with me. Or what is more probable, he told me that I find another woman who would love and care for Amber as if she were his own child, or her own child. I set the coffee down on the table and go through the motions of setting the room in order for the 100th time within the last 2 days. I smooth out the bed covers, fluff up the pillows, rearrange clothes in the closet to make more room for Lucy's things, move Amber's picture on the cupboard a little, and many other smaller things. Busy. Gotta keep myself busy. It'll shorten the wait. After a while, I return to the kitchen and look up at the clock. 9 in the morning. Almost there. Watch the driveway, make more coffee, sit down, stand up, watch the driveway, walk around, take a sip of coffee, go back to the bedroom, move Amber's photo, go back to the kitchen, watch the driveway, look at the clock. 9:15. I sit down and glue my eyes to the driveway. Whatever happens, I'm not moving from here an inch until I see a car pull up. The wait is excruciating. I can't sit still. I keep shifting, while both my mind and my heart are racing. What will Lucy think of the house? She'll love it, I'm sure. Lots of room, lots of privacy, no interference from nosy neighbors, peace and quiet. Perfect conditions for her. Good thing I told Samantha about Lucy leaving the hospital last week. I don't even want to imagine what could have gone down if she came over with an unexpected visit and it'd be Lucy who'd open the door. Hell breaking loose would not even begin to cover it. Lucy being here means an abrupt end to unannounced visits, or any visits for that matter. And judging from the look Samantha gave me, she doesn't want her nor her children to be anywhere near Lucy. My clenched fists and tremble told me more than a million words could. Rain drumming on the roof is starting to piss me off. Such a fucking drowsy, droning sound. White noise. I hate it. When will this fucking wait end? A sound makes me straighten up like a string, then start to my feet. Car, going up the driveway. It's not Reed's, nor Trish's, nor Rose's. She's here. Oh my god, she's here. For a couple seconds, I'm unsure as to what to do. Should I go to the front door? Should I wait by the window, wait for them to ring the bell, and then go over and open the door? Should I put my jacket on and help with Lucy's baggage? Should I just sit there and wait for them to think no one's home and drive away? Shake the last thought off. What a retarded notion. The car is pulling up into the driveway. It's a silver windowed van, with the passenger windows tinted to pitch blackness. There's 2 people in the driver's compartment, a red Taro and the familiar Stego. Doc Mitchell came to personally oversee the proceedings. How benevolent of him. Doc Mitchell hops out of the car and disappears behind it. I don't see what happens next, as within seconds I'm at the front door, pulling my jacket on. A second later, I'm standing at the front door, in front of the door, watching the proceedings with my hand on the door handle. I can hear a voice. Oh God, I can hear her voice. I can't hear what she's saying, but I can hear her. She's here. She really is here. Oh my fucking God. Footsteps behind the car. I tense up, let go of the door, and step forward, deeper into the rain. 1 step, 2, 3. She comes into my view. I stop dead in my tracks, as if struck by lightning. She doesn't notice me in the first second, saying something to Dr. Mitchell, but the moment she sees me, she freezes up exactly the same way I did. She's staring at me with wide open, bright eyes. 1 second, 2, 3. With a soft cry, she half walks, half runs towards me. This breaks the spell. I start to move, but before I can go far, she's throwing herself against me, crushing me in an extremely tight hug. She's crying, soundlessly. The rain mixes with her tears. I hug her back. Her wings wrap around us both, shutting us off from the world in a soft, warm cocoon. For those couple of seconds, time stands still. We're together. We're safe. We're happy. Oh God. Oh God, oh God, oh God. Lucy mumbles, pressing her face tighter and tighter against my chest. Oh my fucking god. Fuck. She clings to me, her fingers digging into the flesh on my back. Her dulled claws press down really hard. That's gonna be sore tomorrow. Lucy. Sweet tooth. I kiss her forehead once, twice, 3 times. Lucy, my sweet, sweet girl. Fucking dweeb, she mumbles into my chest. You goddamn fucking dork-ass, cue-ball-headed idiot. She sniffles. I smile and kiss her forehead again, and again, and again. Lucy, Mitchell's matter-of-fact tone dashes the mood like a brick applied to a window. For fuck's sake, can't you just let us enjoy the moment? She slowly unwraps her wings and turns towards him. He's standing in the rain with his hands behind his back. Oddly, neither his wet hair sticking to his scalp nor streaks of water dripping off his face take away from the air of respectability he always gives off. I leave you in Anon's care for now. He nods at me with his hand. Remember the rules of our arrangement? He lifts his finger. Joanna will come over tomorrow to bring your medication, check in on you, and take you to therapy. Lucy nods. I remember. Thanks, Mitch. Mitch? My. Those two are friends now. He smirks and puts his hands together, as if for a prayer. My pleasure. He nods at us with his hands. Have a very good day, Lucy. And you as well, Mr. Mouse. He gives a curt, shallow bow and gets back in the car, completely unfazed by the rain. He says something to the driver, gives us one last look, and gestures at the driver to go. After they're gone, I get Lucy's bag and hurry her inside. I watch her as she undoes her raincoat, leaving a small puddle on the floor in the process. She does it slowly, looking around with wide open eyes and a look of awed disbelief on her face. I can't stop looking at her. She's so beautiful, even in such a wet, messy state. She's here. Here with me. At my house. At our house. We're together again and nothing's gonna separate us anymore. As soon as she hangs up the raincoat, I put her bag down and pull her into a tight hug. She returns it immediately, clinging to me as tightly as before. I caress her head and kiss her forehead again, and again. She shivers as if she was cold, a stifled sniffle slipping out here and there. After a very short time, her tears start soaking through my shirt, but I don't let go. Quite the opposite, I hug her tighter. I'm here, Lucy. I'm here, and I will never, ever let you down again. Her wings droop down. She starts rubbing her face against my chest, mumbling wetly, in a shaky voice muffled by my clothes. I keep her close, rub her back, up and down, between the wings and down again. She swallows, hard and wetly, her face pressed against me so tightly that it nearly hurts. After a while, she leans away. Her eyes are wet, her face is wet, her hair is a mess, and she's still shivering. I smile down at her and stroke her hair. Then, holding her close to my chest, I lead her to the living room. We sit down on the couch, where she clings to me once more. I slowly lie down, pulling her down with me, and in moments, we're laying down in each other's arms, looking deeply into each other's eyes. She spreads one of her wings and lies it over us, then presses her face into my chest and keeps it there, shifting slightly on the couch from time to time. After a while, her breathing slows down. So does the beating of her heart. She gradually relaxes, her shifting slowing down in frequency and rapidity. Finally, she puts her arms around me and pulls her face away from my chest, after which she nestles her snout on my shoulder, and soon she's breathing deeply and calmly. She's sleeping. This is comfy. Like laying inside a pillow. I smile, sigh, and start stroking her back with an open hand. Very quickly, she starts murmuring in her sleep. When I don't stop, she moves her wings up, slightly covering my face. Stop it, dweeb, she mumbles. I kiss her cheek and close my eyes. Okay, sweet tooth. I wake up alone. For a moment, an extremely unpleasant conviction that Lucy's discharge and everything leading up to it were nothing but a very long and realistic, albeit fleeting, dream. I lay on my back for a moment, staring at the ceiling with a pit in my stomach, and the stomach stuff quickly curling up into a tiny ball. No, this can't be. It is real. It's all real. Lucy's here. She's here. She's here, damn it. All that lasts only until Lucy peeks in from behind the couch's backrest and looks down at me with a crooked smile. The moment I lay my eyes on her, the anxiety, pit in my stomach, tension, and desperate attempt at coping with, now proven false, reality are all gone, turned into ash, blown away as if a nuke had gone off. She looks down at me as I lay there, transfixed by the reality of her. She really is here. She really is looking at me. She really is smiling. She leans over and boops me on the nose with her claw. The smells of my body wash and shampoo fill my nose. Her hair is still a bit damp.
Wakey wakey, sleeping beauty. I made us coffee.
She pecks me on the cheek and's gone again. I sit up immediately, then turn my head. She's heading for the kitchen. I get up to my feet and follow her, not wanting to lose sight of her. Is this how she felt when she saw me in the morning? Both extremely happy and extremely anxious. Happy because I was there with her for good now. Anxious because she was afraid it'd turn to dust the moment she let me out of her sight. Fuck. Fuck me sideways and upside down. Do we really miss each other so badly? What time is it? I yawn, stretch out, rub my eyes.
Like 1 in the afternoon.
We sit down at the kitchen table. She turns her head and looks through the window at the front lawn. The bright light of the afternoon sun shines brightly upon her, making her face even more beautiful, bright, radiant. But the rays of sun catch not only her beauty, but also the scars of her suffering. Wrinkles under her eyes, slight drooping at the corners of her mouth, wrinkles on her forehead. She looks much older than she actually is. She reminds me of Rosemary. Very much so. Wonder what Basil would have thought if he saw her now.
What are you looking at, dweeb?
She picks up her cup. Looking at the most beautiful woman in my life. I pick up my cup.
Oh, shut the hell up.
She blushes and hides her face behind her wing. Search your feelings, you know it's true. I chuckle.
Dweeb?
She flips me off. Old habits die hard, I see.
So, does Amber know?
I shake my head, grab my coffee, and take a sip. It's strong. Really strong. I wanted to surprise her. She takes a sip.
I see.
She snorts, seeing me cringe slightly after taking a sip of my beverage.
Something's wrong with the coffee?
It's really strong. She shrugs and keeps drinking, looking me in the eyes as she does so. She's smirking. I realize that I'm smiling too. So, how do you like the house? She looks around and sets her cup down.
It's nice. So you bought this for army money?
I nod. And I'm paying it off with army money. I gesture with the cup. You see, they give me housing allowance each month, and I use that to pay off the loan.
So, you use their money to give them their money back?
I nod with a soft chuckle. She rests her snout in her palm and shakes her head.
That's crazy.
Play the system, $1 at a time. I look at the clock. 1:30. Gotta get moving soon if I want to pick Amber up on time. I hastily finish the cup and get up. Lucy freezes up, her smile fading. She grabs my hand and looks up at me, startled and tense.
Where are you going?
She demands. To get Amber from school. She pauses. Then She slowly loosens her hold. Oh. She clears her throat. Oh. A wide smile appears on her face. It doesn't spread gradually, albeit quickly, no. One moment she's tense and serious, next she's glowing with excitement and exhilaration. With her eyes lit up like twin balls of fire, she reaches out again, this time to pat me on the hand. Go. I'll go soon, after Marisa comes over. She crosses her arms, her smile waning. She reclines in the chair, the happy look in her eyes melting away into defiance. Not a child, Anon. I know you're not. I walk around the table and crouch next to her. But remember what we agreed on. Her face hardens. She swings her head away from me, her beak cutting through the air with a soft whistle. Her grip on her arms tightens, then she starts slowly rubbing them, with a tense, sort of a lost expression. I won't be left unsupervised for the first 3 months, she mutters. Yeah, I like it as little as you, Lucy, but it's necessary. I put my arm around her and lean in to touch her cheek with mine. She leans her face into mine. She's shuddering, very faintly, on the brink of feeling. When I start stroking her hair, the shudders intensify for a second, then they stop. She sighs and leans away, then looks me in the eyes. All right, Nan. She presses her forehead against mine. You damn dweeb. I grin. You really missed that word, huh? She grins back. Hell yeah, I did. Dweeb. She takes my chin in her hands and pecks my cheek. Dweeb. She pecks my other cheek. Dweeb, 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 dweeb. She takes turns with each cheek, showering each in kisses. I laugh, trying to wriggle out of her grasp. She doesn't give me up that easy, making each of my attempts with a shower of kisses and a rain of my nickname. We couldn't do that at the hospital. She's making up for lost time. The doorbell rings. It's Marisa. I pat her hand. All right, Lucy, that's enough for now. She harumphs and taps me on the nose. Fine. She lets go. Don't take too long with Amber, all right? I ruffle her hair and dodge her slap, then go up to the door. Hola, Anon. Marisa squeezes me in a hug. Hola, mama. I return the embrace. Lucy's here, I mutter in her ear. I told you she's coming today. Remember? We separate. I let her in and help her get her jacket off. I remember, hijo. She puffs up her hair and turns towards the kitchen. Hola, Lucy. She gives a small wave. Lucy's standing in the door to the kitchen, slowly rubbing her arms. She mutters something in response and looks away with a sort of embarrassment. Marisa glances at me briefly, then approaches Lucy and takes both her hands in hers, which makes the other freeze up and tense up. Oh no. Oh no, look at that grimace. She's gonna snap at Marisa, maybe even hit her. Fuck, keep yourself together, Lucy, please. Lucy looks into Marisa's eyes, and after a moment, tears up. I know what she sees in them. Compassion, warmth, friendliness. All the things I saw in those eyes years ago, when I first came to live at her house. Mom lets go of Lucy's hands and spreads her arms, clasping them around my sweet, sweet girl after she throws herself against the older woman, sniffling and shuddering. Her lips are moving, but from where I stand, I can't hear a thing she says. Marisa rubs Lucy's back and presses her cheek against the younger woman, rocking her slowly back and forth. It's okay, Lucy, it's okay, she mutters, patting her on the back all the while. Fucking hell. Didn't expect sights like this on the first day of Lucy's return. I better get going before I open the waterworks too. I grab my jacket and quietly slip out of the house, get into the car and onto the road. A lingering feeling of self-reproach for not being the one to comfort Lucy wells up in my chest like thick white mist, clouding up my thoughts. After a while, my stomach and throat start to clench, and a sort of stiffness spreads over me like a flood. I should have gone to her and... Fuck. My woman's back in my life and I can't even take care of her. Calm down, Marisa will take good care of her. Marisa. The mental image of Lucy crying into Marisa's shoulder, like I cried all those years ago, softens the tension gripping my body. The more I focus on it, the more that my mind-numbing mist dispels, until at last it's gone completely, and with it goes the tightness of my throat and belly. Lucy will be fine. She's in good hands. Mom knows how to soothe one's ailing heart. Focus on what's ahead of you. Think about Amber. Can you imagine how happy she'll be when she sees Lucy? On the state I left her in conscience. Marisa will see that that's not so. Relax. Everything's fine. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Fuck me, I've been so preoccupied with Lucy today that I completely forgot about Amber. God damn, she will be ecstatic when she sees Lucy. I tell her when we get back. Don't want to wreck the car. Volcadero Preschool number 3. A small white building, 1 story high. Large windows decorated with cutouts of animals and cartoonish depictions of saurians. Lots of greenery both in front and behind. The grounds on the back of the school are fenced off. As I get out, I catch the faint sounds of kids playing there. Wonder if Amber's at the helm of the playtime again. With a leader spirit like hers, that girl is going places. I park the car, get out, and head inside. The entry hall of the preschool also serves as a locker room of sorts. A couple rows of hangers strung up with shoe bags. A bored parasaur sits at a small desk in the back, tapping away on her phone. Good afternoon, Miss Clarissa. I approach the desk. She puts the phone down immediately and looks up at me with a smile.
Oh, good afternoon, Mr. Mouse. Amber's in the play area in the back.
She gets up and grabs her jacket from a hanger behind the desk. I follow her through the building. Brightly painted walls in shades of yellow, green, and baby blue. Many flowers on those walls. And birds. And smiling suns. Reminds me of my time at the ward. We about to run into a mad Russian rider here? I smirk. Wonder how that guy's doing. Maybe he finally got to finish his manuscript. We get out through a double door into the play area. It's filled with what you'd expect at a playground. Swing sets, large sandbox with a slide leading into it. Most of the kids are swarming around a house wrapping around the bottom of the trunk of a tree growing in the corner of the yard. Most of the kids are swarming that particular piece of decorum. Kids safe treehouse. Carissa clears her throat and calls over the din of children's voices.
Amber, your dad's here. I'm coming.
My princess bursts out of the treehouse, with a couple kids going with her, following her like a trail of a comet, asking her to stay. At about halfway to us, she stops, turns around, and puts her hands on her hips, staring the other kids down, which makes them stop.
My dad's here. Sorry.
She points at me with her head.
See ya.
She's replied to by a choir of voices, after which the kids disperse and she comes over to me. She takes my hand and looks up at me with a grin.
Hey, Dad. You're late.
Sorry, Princess. I had things to take care of at home. I ruffle her hair. We're led out by Miss Clarissa, and then, within a bit more than half an hour, we're back home. Amber doesn't stay silent for a moment during our ride home. She talks and talks and talks about what she did today, how she did in her classes, bragged on and on about beating the other kids in kickball. I smile and nod along. I like her prattle. It's nice. Amber notices Larissa's car as soon as we turn into the driveway. She leans out of her seat and points at it with an excited exclamation.
¿La abuela está aquí?
I nod, park the car, and kill the engine, ignoring Amber's excited blabbering for a moment. She quickly notices my silence and quiets down as well. I squeeze the steering wheel with my fingers and rub it with my thumbs, pondering how I should approach this. She'll be the last of my closest circle to know about Lucy's release. How will she take the fact that I've been keeping it a secret from her for so long?
Daddy?
She sounds worried.
Did something happen?
Oh, cheer up. You're about to tell her that her mom's here, not that someone killed themselves. Right. Thanks, Conscience. I let go of the steering wheel, rub my hands, and get out of the car, calling up every last bit of good humor I'm able to muster and put it all into a wide smile. She tilts her head and frowns as I unbuckle her, but after a moment, she smiles back. Amber, remember when I told you Mommy would be with us? She nods slowly, her smile widening slowly, very gradually, as if she wasn't sure what I meant. There's hope in that smile. She's sitting up more straight. God, how big her eyes got.
Yes?
She slowly says, well, she's here. I help her out of the car. She freezes the moment her feet touch the ground. A second later, I'm having my sleeve tugged on with such force and rapidity that it's a miracle it doesn't end up torn clear off my jacket. She's tugging so hard, in fact, that I've got a problem keeping my balance.
Mom?
She pauses, choked back. She swallows, clears her throat, and looks up at me, her eyes bright, glowing, full of tears.
Mama está aquí,
She demands.
con nosotros,
Tug.
en la casa.
Another tug. I crouch before her and give her a really tight hug. She freezes up, arms at her sides, stiff as a board. Yes, Amber. I swallow, teary-eyed. Yes, yes, yes. She lifts her arms, and I feel her tiny hands digging into my arms as she attempts to pry them off herself. As soon as I oblige, she bolts it towards the house so rapidly, and with such violence that she knocks me over, making me sit on the grass. I jump back to my feet and turn to follow her, but I only manage to catch the sight of her throwing the door open and running inside.
Mama! Mama!
She's answered by a loud, choked-back cry. I hasten my step through the door, into the hall, right to the living room, follow their voices. I stop, transfixed. Lucy's holding Amber tightly to her chest, tears trickling down her cheeks. Her eyes are clenched shut, and her jaw is clenched. Her lip curls up into a half-smile, half-grimace, revealing the few of her fangs. Amber's arms are thrown around Lucy's neck, her forehead pressed to her mother's. She's smiling, but also crying, tears just as plentiful as those of her mother. Lucy's murmuring, Amber's blabbering, and Marisa stands beside the two, silently dabbing her eyes with a handkerchief. I approach Lucy and Amber and throw my arms around the two, squeezing them tight, real tight. Lucy puts her wings around us, shielding us from the outside world. It's warm, it's soft, it's safe. I kiss Lucy's cheek, then Amber's, and sigh, tears welling up in my eyes. We're together now. Nothing's going to separate us. Never, ever. The day went by in a blink of an eye. It was like a pleasant daze, a dream. I was so drunk on happiness that I couldn't think straight. Marisa left soon after I came back, Lucy asking her to come over tomorrow. She assured her that she would. After she was gone, we spent the whole day just doing nothing. We hung out, watched TV, sat in the garden, ordered a pizza and ate it for dinner. I asked Lucy if she could still perform that party trick she showed me at Moe's years ago.
You bet your sweet ass I can, she smirks. Amber, watch this.
Amber pauses with a slice of pizza halfway up to her mouth. Lucy grabs a slice, tosses it into the air, and then it's gone. Amber's jaw drops, her eyes wide.
How?
Lucy chuckles, finger gunning her.
Years of practice, baby.
My little princess looks at her slice, then at us.
No, little one. You're not ready yet.
Lucy reaches out and ruffles up her hair.
I'll teach you how I know.
She chuckles.
In good time.
When time came for Amber to go to bed, Lucy took it upon herself to tuck her in. Amber led Lucy to her room, and once inside, she lifted her arms up to her mom. Lucy scooped Amber up and laid her on the bed. then pulled the covers over her. When Amber asked for her plushie, Lucy started looking around, trying to locate it. It was a bit funny, seeing her tossing her head back and forth as she scanned the room in search of the toy. I went over to the window and picked up the plushie, then gave it to Lucy. She thanked me with a smile and handed the stuffed water bug to Amber. I crouched next to Lucy and put my arm around her. Moments later, I felt her hair tickling my neck. Amber smiled, looking up at us. Lucy sighed, both softly and a bit shakily. I kissed her cheek, making her blush and nudge me.
Mommy, are you gonna stay with us now?
Lucy leaned in and pecked Amber on the head.
Yes, Amber. I'll never leave you or your dad. I promise.
Amber yawned and nestled in more comfortably.
That's good.
She closed her eyes.
Night, Mommy. Night, Daddy.
Tightness suddenly grabs me by the throat. I blink once, twice, thrice, in an attempt at keeping the tears at bay. I feel warm. So warm. As if a miniature sun had appeared in my chest, warming me from the inside, filling me with such contentment, happiness, and coziness that how I feel defies description. Happy. I'm happy. We quietly leave Amber's room and turn the lights off, then head towards our bedroom. Lucy throws herself onto the bed, back first, and spreads her arms. I watch her as she lays there, staring at the ceiling with a happy smile lingering on her lips.
We're a family now, huh?
She mutters. Yep. I sit down next to her. She turns her head to me and reaches up, touching my arm. She smiles, closes her eyes, and gives a soft sniffle.
I never thought...
She shields her eyes.
I never thought that this would actually happen, you know? All...
She retracts her hand and swings it in a circular gesture.
All this... You, me, Amber, the house, you not getting shot at.
She grins, then saddens.
What are the odds that we would pull together through it all like this?
I lie down on my face, or on my side, facing her. I start caressing her face with my fingers, quietly listening as she rambles on.
After that day, I thought it was all over, you know?
She swallows, then clears her throat to get rid of the wetness in her voice.
I thought that I would rot in prison. I thought it was all I deserved.
I don't say anything. I lie there and listen. A quiet, friendly presence she can be honest with.
I still think that.
She lets her hand slip her face onto the bed.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm not. I don't know.
She looks at me.
But I'm here now. With you, with Amber, in this beautiful house.
She tears up again, rolls onto her side and takes my face in her hands. She kisses me. It's a very soft, very brief, but at the same time, very long, loving kiss. She looks deep into my eyes, her own wet with tears, a sort of bright, warm light glimmering deep within.
Thank you.
She buries her face under my jaw.
Thank you.
I pull her close and hold her tight as she starts to shudder, and then to cry. I hate seeing her cry. Is there a way for me to... Wait. The guitar. The song. I can play the song. Her song. Lucy. Sweet Tooth. You want me to play something for you? She looks up at me confused, then smiles through her tears.
Play what, dweeb?
A song I learned years ago. I kiss her head. Well? I smile and wipe her tears away with my fingers. She laughs wetly and nods, then hesitantly pulls away from me. I slowly get up from the bed and grab my guitar, leaning on the wall in the corner of the room. She sits up with her legs crossed and observes me as I test and tune the instrument. Finally, I'm ready. I reach under my shirt and take out the old guitar pick, which I then show to her. Remember this? I smile. You sent it to me in a letter. Her eyes widen. She shifts her hand to her mouth, her eyes shifting from the pic to me, back to the pic, then back to me again. You kept this piece of junk? It's not junk. I undo the string and firmly grasp the pic. It's my memento of you. My most prized possession. She blushes and looks away, tearing up. Shut the fuck up, dweeb. She flips me off. I smile and put the pic to the string. I start playing. The notes of the familiar song rise up from the depths of my memory on a tidal wave of happiness, wistfulness, and a sense of loss, of something that was and never will be again. I don't shut my eyes as I usually do to let myself get lost in the melody. I want to see her. I have to see her as I play. She doesn't recognize the song at first and just looks at me with a blank expression. Then, after about half a minute, she starts to remember. Her eyes widen slightly. Both her hands shoot up to her mouth and stay there, her eyes growing wider and more wet the longer I play. About halfway through the song, she starts to cry again, her tears flowing down her cheeks in twin streams, some of them dripping down her beak and onto the sheets. She starts slowly rocking back and forth, her sobs choked back so as not to wake up Amber. I watch her with a solemn, melancholic smile. Finally, the song comes to an end. I put the guitar down and watch her for a moment before setting the guitar aside, opening my arms. She wraps her arms around me, sobbing softly, mumbling, sniffling. I'm silent, silent as a rock. She needs a rock to lean on. I will be your rock, Lucy. I will never let you fall again. Saturday, late afternoon. It's the 4th day since Lucy's return, and at the moment, I'm on my way home from base. I'm tired, angry, my hands are still greasy from motor oil, and I don't feel like doing anything but going home and cuddling with my sweet, sweet girl. I do have something else to do before I indulge in that, however, namely taking Amber to Samantha's. Neither her nor Trent were home yesterday, so dropping her off then was not an option. Kinda sucks, especially for Amber. She's been complaining the whole day yesterday, something which Lucy told me in detail about over the phone as I drove back home. As I turn into the Heathcliff Street, I start to wonder what Samantha will have to say about Lucy living with us. She hadn't called me once since I told her at the end of September, and during every subsequent visit to her house, she kept a very tight lip about the whole affair. I did catch an anxious glance from time to time, each time hastily averted. I wonder what she's thinking. Maybe she's afraid that Lucy will go haywire and hurt either of us. How mistaken she is. Dear God, Lucy's been nothing but serenity these past 4 days. Nothing suggesting that she'll change anytime soon. But I understand Samantha completely. Since I broke the news to her, I didn't breathe a word whether she'll be visiting us anytime soon. Given how tired she became every single time Amber asked the same question, we're all better for me keeping my mouth shut. I enter the driveway. Amber's in the entry hall, pressing her face against the window. Lucy's standing next to her, her face flattened against the glass as well. After Jesus, they almost look identical. The moment I get out of the car, Amber rushes out through the front door. She starts jumping in front of me, barring any further step. She starts chanting, pumping both of her fists. Papa, papa, vámonos! I look at the door. Lucy's coming out with Amber's bag and comes up to us. I can't help but smile seeing her. She looks happy, serene, safe. She laughs, then sets the bag down and ruffles up Amber's hair. Ay, mama! Amber leans away. Papa, papa, vámonos! She looks up at me impatiently. I stifle a sigh and put on a smile. All right, let's go. I pick her up and open the door. After strapping Amber in, and after Lucy puts her bag into the trunk, we drive off. Lucy waves us goodbye as I back out of the driveway. Amber waving right back at her. I nod and give her a wide smile, and after she disappears behind the tree line, I focus on the road. Amber starts babbling about how inconsiderate it was from Samantha to go out for a date with Grandpa Itty without consulting her first. I smile and nod along, murmuring in agreement when she asks me for my opinion on this incredibly important matter. Her babbling goes on uninterrupted until we stop on Murphy's, formerly Aaron's, driveway. I hear her grumbling. A glance in the rearview mirror reveals that she had crossed her arms and frowned, and is now staring at the door as if she expects the house to be empty. It's not empty. Samantha emerges right after we arrive, the emergence which blows the anger of my little princess away like a gust of wind dispelling smoke. Within moments, she goes from angry, frowning little grump to cheerful and happy. She starts jumping up and down in her seat, waving at Grandma, a torrent of English-Spanish pouring out of her. Samantha comes up to the car and opens the back door. She helps Amber out, and just in time, as the family Sabretooth has already left the building and is now trotting out through the front door and towards Amber. The air reverberates with the sounds of purring and Amber's laughter as he licks her face and gently paws at her.
Brute, no, no! Amber runs into the house laughing. Bad Sabretooth!
Sabretooth is hot on her heels, chattering and chirping in a deep, bassy voice of a tamed killing machine. Samantha watches them for a moment with a soft, warm smile, then turns to me. I shut the trunk and follow Samantha in, leaving Amber's bag in the living room.
Tea?
Sam asks. Gladly. It's pretty damn cold out today.
All right, dear. Sit down, sit down.
I plop down next to Trent. After we shake hands, a couple minutes pass without us exchanging just a few words. Trent divides his attention between the TV and his kids, latter receiving the lion's share of it. He gets up a few times to prevent one of the kids from toppling over, as he's already making daring attempts at walking. I watch the little guy go. His step is wobbly, but he's got the basics down. A bit of practice and he'll be running with Amber like it's no one's business. His sister watches him with great interest, slowly turning her head as he walks by. She herself makes a few attempts to rise and walk, but each time she ends up falling on her behind. Each failure met with the most surprised expression I've ever seen from a baby. The doorbell rings. Footsteps rushing from the kitchen, followed by a heavy trot of a saber-tooth miniature. Amber whizzes behind the couch, passing us by before Trent can even make a move to rise.
Grandpa, get it.
He smiles and shakes his head and lifts his hand in agreement. The door clicks open.
Good evening.
A moment of silence. Then a voice. Does Samantha Aaron still live here? I freeze as bad memories from the past long dead and buried rush out from the back of my mind like a swarm of bats leaving a cave. It's the voice, the sound of which makes my stomach clench suddenly, as if gripped by a vice with the screw tightened all the way.
Oh, you mean Grandma, mister?
Trent immediately notices my paleness. He gets up from the couch and faces the door. I meanwhile clench my fist around my knees, expecting the familiar rush of panic, buzzing, coldness in my face. Expecting my fight or flight instincts to flare up and start flopping between one another, paralyzing me completely. Your grandma.
Yeah, Amber laughs. Abuela.
She calls out across the house.
Someone new.
Samantha steps out of the kitchen, across the dining room and into the living room. She turns to ask who it is, but the words die on her lips. The tray she's been carrying slips out of her hands and comes crashing down to the floor in a cascade of broken porcelain and steaming puddles of tea and coffee. She grabs her snout with both hands and just stands there completely still for a second.
Abuela?
Amber runs up to Sam. She sounds worried. Samantha ignores Amber tugging on her apron and gently, albeit very firmly, moves her off her path. Amber, surprised by the sudden roughness of her grandma's conduct, freezes and falls silent, only turning to watch the scene unfold.
What?
Samantha's voice is cold. Cold as ice. Cold as steel. Cold as death. She's completely rigid. Her eyes narrowed so much that she nearly looks like her old self, if not for a hard, disdainful look twisting her face into a nasty mask.
The hell?
I jump to my feet and walk up to Amber. She turns away from the events and hides her face in my side. She's trembling. I crouch and hug her tight. Over her head, I watch Samantha approach the unexpected guest. The intruder.
Are you doing here? You goddamn son of a bitch.
He's towering over her. Broad-chested, broad-shouldered, with a hardness of features which even the prison couldn't erode. And yet, as she approaches him, he lowers his eyes and just stands there as she approaches him. Not so much of a Grim Reaper now, is he? Samantha, I just want to get my clothes. The way he says it, coy, reserved, meek, and the quiet, submissive tone of his voice hits me like a brick. No, not a brick. A whole truck of it. A semi, flattening me on its radiator. There's no sign of his old bravado, of that strong, dominant demeanor. Gone is that damn smirk which lingered on his face in the past. In its place, a reserved, grim expression. When paired with deep wrinkles under his eyes, the nasty scar on his beak that hadn't been there before, and how the tip of his beak is crooked, as if it had been broken at one point, gives him the air of a hardened criminal and a broken man at the same time. Which one are you, executioner? Samantha stops, rubs her eyes with her fingers, then sighs heavily and lets her hand slip off. The other is already up, her finger almost stabbing Ripley in the snout.
Sit in the dining room, she tells him coldly. Sit your ass in the chair and don't fucking move until I get back.
He nods.
Go.
She steps aside to let him in. He enters. I keep my eyes on his face. For some reason, I can't stop looking at him. Maybe it's my old self-destructive tendency showing. I don't know. Maybe. He meets me stare for stare, although he often breaks eye contact so he can steal a look at Amber. My daughter. His granddaughter. Well, not his, Trent's. He forfeited his rights the day he turned against me. The man who saved his daughter. As I keep staring in his eyes, I suddenly notice something. I'm not afraid. More than not afraid, I'm angry. How fucking dare he come back here after all those years, after all that happened, after what his actions had done to his daughter, to his son, to me. Fucking nerve of this guy to just show up here as if nothing happened, as if he was just gone for smokes. He's the first to look away. Yeah, bitch, pussy out. Not so fucking tough after 6 years in prison, huh? Amber lifts her head and looks behind her. The hall is empty. He's in the dining room now, and judging from the sounds of purring, Brute had followed him there. She wriggles out of my embrace and goes to the room he's in. I have to protect her. No matter what happens, she must be safe. Within moments, I'm next to her. She doesn't notice me, watching him scratch Brute between the ears. His expression hadn't changed a bit. The same grim, melancholic look dominating his face completely.
Who are you, mister? Amber steps forward with her hands on her hips. You made Grandma mad.
He pauses. His fingers stop, sinking deep into Brute's fur. He lifts his eyes slowly, then pauses when he meets hers. A soft shudder grips him. Yeah. Old man. Like mother, like daughter. Ripley. He cuts himself off, then runs his hand across his face with a deep, tired sigh. I was a good friend of your grandma. I lived here at one point, but we... Amber keeps staring up at him. Despite her back being towards me, I can see her expression in my mind's eye. The same fiery look in her eyes as Lucy. The same downwards bend of her lips. The same fucking frown. Good. Cook on slow, you piece of shit. We had a falling out. He resumes his scratching the family's cat. The saber-tooth welcomes it with a loud purr. I never got your name. Amber throws up her head, her snout pointing at the ceiling.
I'm Amber. Amber Lucy Sophia Mouse Gazala.
He shields his eyes for a second. Another shudder. Stronger this time. His fingers on Brute's hand stop and don't resume their work for a long moment. The big cat notices the lack of pampering, gets up and leaves with his stubby tail proudly set high. In the following silence, I realize something. Trent hasn't said a word nor done anything. Why? I look behind me. Trent had taken both his kids from Ripley's sight and is now holding them close to himself, muttering calmingly to each in turn. He tosses a short, worried look at the tarot at the dinner table, then shifts his gaze to me. He looks alert. Not worried or panicked, but ready for anything nonetheless. I nod and turn back to Ripley.
You know, Daddy, I was looking through the photo album Grandma has in her room and I saw a boy in some of the pictures.
Oh, no. No, Amber, stop. Don't go there. Oh, fuck.
You're very similar to that boy. She looks at Ripley. Is that you?
Oh, God, he's shuddering so fucking much. Is he sad? Is he gonna burst into tears? Is he mad? Is he furious? Is he gonna burst out of the chair and charge me, beat me into a bloody pulp, driven by the memories of his son's death and my part in it? Brute, I could very much use some help right now. No. My worries evaporate. He's not mad. He's sad, though. Very fucking sad. I don't know that boy. Sorry. Amber hems.
Oh, I see.
She looks around.
Brood! Brood!
She runs off in search of her feline friend. Ripley watches her leave with tears in his eyes. He looks up at me, his bottom lip quivering ever so slightly. He's smiling. It's a weak, sad smile, but a smile nonetheless. She's just like her when she was small. He buries his face in his palms. Oh, God. I'm silent. Not because I want to hear a sob story, but because I simply do not have anything to say to him. He notices my silence and puts his hands down on the table. His eyes are misty, but he's as calm and composed as in the good old days. Is she okay? I nod. They discharged her on Tuesday. She's living with me and Amber now. I explain. He looks down at his hands and drums on the table with his fingers. He then lifts his eyes up to me. Do you think I could? He wants to see her, obviously. I'll have to talk to her. She's still under supervision and she can't overstress herself. He nods, hanging his head low. I understand. If she agrees. I take my phone out. Give me your number. I'll call you. He blinks, then scrambles to get his phone out. Some old piece of crap. Probably got it from a thrift store. Just about done saving his contact info when Samantha returns, carrying an armful of stuffed black trash bags. She's peeking from behind the pile, her eyes stabbing knives at Ripley. Here you go. Her anger is gone, replaced by cold cordiality. Ripley gets off his chair and approaches his ex-wife. Takes the bags from her and nods. Thank you for not throwing it out.
I forgot about those, she tells him coolly. It was in the attic, in the bag. The rest of your things are long gone. She nods at the door. Time for you to join them.
That's cold. Raptor, Jesus fucking Christ. I get up from my chair and follow them. He may be soft and coy now, but who knows what he might do after being so soundly defeated. They stop at the door. There, to my surprise, Samantha extends her hand to Ripley. He blinks in surprise seeing this. He looks down at it, then at her. Then he puts the bags down, takes her hand, and shakes it.
You are a goddamn son of a bitch, Samantha says. The worst man I have ever had the misfortune to know.
I know. She lets go of his hand and puts her hand on the door handle.
But...
She pauses mid picking up the bag. Still crouched, He lifts his head to look at her.
But if you need anything, money, help with repairs, and so on, call Mo. He knows the new phone number for this house.
She presses the door handle. Cool air rushes in, carried by a sea breeze. He rises to his full height and looks down at his ex-wife with a strange, almost loving expression. No, it's not love. It's gratitude. Thank you, Samantha. Thank you. She nods and gestures at him to leave.
Go, before I lose my patience.
He leaves. She shuts the door and stares at it for a few seconds, her grip on the handle growing tighter and tighter. She leans her forehead against the wood, breathing deeply, shakily. Tears well up in the corners of her eyes, but she angrily wipes them off with the cuff of her shirt before they can begin to flow. She takes a few deep breaths, releases her hold on the door handle and turns around towards the inside of the house. She's calm, albeit slightly shaken up.
Trent, dear, he's gone. You can let the kids go now.
She walks past me, into the living room and to her man. Amber's not in the house. She's playing with Brute in the garden, judging from the sounds coming from the outside. I follow her. She's rocking her daughter back and forth, humming a calming melody to her. I didn't know they'd let him out already, I say before I can bite my tongue. Samantha gives me a look sharp enough to cut with rocks with.
They let him out a week before her, she sighs. He's so thin now, dear Lord.
I wasn't the only one holding an inkling of compassion for Ripley after all. You looked like you wanted to go for the throat the whole time, Trent remarks. I'm glad that you didn't. She sighs.
Believe me, dear, it took a lot of restraint.
She kisses her girl on the snout.
But he's gone, and that's all that matters now.
She puts her girl down on the floor, then turns to the mess the sight of Ripley had caused. She rubs her temples and murmuring, "Oh dear," the whole time. She goes to pick up the tray and broken porcelain. I jump in to help her. Together, we clean the whole mess. Debris and puddles and all. In no time. She thanks me with a peck on the cheek.
Thank you, dear.
After washing my hands, I check the time. Almost 8 in the evening. I need to get going, I say. Marisa can't stay over past 10 in the evening. Samantha nods. She escorts me to the front door. Along the way, I shake hands with Trent. At the threshold, Samantha grabs my forearm and looks me in the face.
I hope he's not causing you any trouble.
No. I shake my head. Don't worry, Sam. She rubs her forehead, lowers her head, nods, then looks up at me.
If anything happens, anything,
she grabs my hand.
Call me.
I will. Thanks, Sam. Have a good evening. I step out of the cold evening air. It's windy. It's cloudy. It'll probably rain tonight. Great. Perfect weather for a long evening cuddling session with my sweet, sweet girl. I get in the car and start the engine. Look at that be. I get my phone out. It's our home number. Did something happen? Hello?
Hang on.
It's Lucy. She doesn't sound like anything happened. More than that, she sounds bored out of her mind. What's up, sweet tooth?
I'm hungry. Can you give me the usual?
She just moved in and she's already making herself at home. I smirk. Sure thing. Don't nibble on the woodwork in the meantime, alright?
Shut up, dweeb.
She snorts.
Love you.
Love you too, babe. Change of course it is, then. Destination. Nearest Walmart. Estimated time of arrival, 10 minutes. Estimated time of extraction of cargo, 15 to 20 minutes. Let's go. I arrive at my destination within the designated time. Search for a parking spot introduces a slight delay in the schedule of the whole operation, but that is later remedied by me moving my trotters faster. Enter the store and go head straight for the frozen products section. There it is. Prize. Look at it. Shimmering like gold in the light of a cheap light bulb of the fridge. Extra, extra, extra large bag of dino nuggies. Now let's find some sauce to go with those. Search for the sauce section introduces more delays to the schedule. Yeah, well. I grab the fanciest sauce I get my eyes on and go to checkout. Pay, leave, go down to the parking lot, evade the old lady backing out of her spot, and presto, back at your car. Now let's get these in and get those nuggets too.
Fancy seeing you here, Anon.
My train of thought, going full steam ahead up to this point, comes to a stop so suddenly that it not only stops, it derails in a cascade of fear, anger, panic, and disbelief. I freeze, gripping the bag so tightly that I start poking holes in the plastic. It's you, I say without turning around.
Yes, he says. It's me.
Footsteps approaching from behind. I turn around, just in time to have something cold and hard pressed against the lower part of my belly. I tense up immediately, going as pale as a wall. My heart immediately starts racing. My stomach clenches. Blood starts humming in my ears. Basil's close to me. So close, in fact, that in my panic state I harbor a stupid thought that he wants to steal a kiss from me. That thought doesn't survive the look he gives me, which is even more striking than the object pressed against my abdomen. It's disinterest. He doesn't look angry, insane, or satisfied with having finally caught me. He looks bored out of his mind. He's wearing a different set of clothes, in a much better shape than those I saw him in last time. His hair isn't disheveled. He had shaved his hobo beard. Those glasses look quite expensive, too. After taking him in, with a gun pressed to my abdomen, in a state of half panic, half resignation, I could only think of one thing to say to him. What the fuck do you want from us?
Miss Guard's been asking around for me.
He ignores what I said.
I guess it's your doing, huh?
He jams the gun harder against my belly. I swallow. Why can't I move? He's smaller than me. Maybe if I... No, he's got a gun pressed against you. Calm down. I wanted to find you.
Well, here I am.
He grins at me, but just like the rest of his face, the smile oozes boredom and disinterest.
And I've got news for you.
He leans in and whispers into my ear.
I know where you live, and I know that she's there with you.
He leans away and grins, but this time, there's no boredom, no disinterest on his face, no, there's triumph and satisfaction. If you so much as think about hurting Amber. He cuts me off with a soft, cool chuckle.
Do you really think I give a rat's ass about that mutt?
I blink. Rage fills me to the brim, making my face pale and tingly, with my body shaking and my fist crushing the bag I've been holding this time. What the fuck did you just say, you meteor dodging? His hand shoots up and he grabs me by the throat, trapping both my words and my breath. I can't breathe. I can't move. After Jesus fucking Christ, he's stronger than his sister. He holds me like that for a second or two, tilting his head to one side, then to the other.
You better watch your tone. His voice trembles in anger. Considering that I'm the one,
he squeezes my throat,
with the fucking gun.
Can't let him have the satisfaction of watching me squirm and gasp for air. I'm a soldier. Or I'm a sailor. They taught us how to hold our breaths. My lungs are starting to hurt, though. Won't give him the satisfaction. Rather suffocate. Go on, fucker. I'm ready. After nearly a minute, my head starts spinning. He loosens his hold. It takes a lot of self-control not to take a deep, deep breath. He lets go of me and takes a step back.
Watch your back, Anon.
He turns around. I cough, rubbing my throat with one hand, and then, before I can react, he turns on his heel and hits me in the stomach. I drop on my knees, the bag slipping out of my hands. I start gasping for air, fighting the wave of nausea rising up in my throat as rings of blue and red dance before my eyes. Out of the corner of my eyes, I see Basil's shoes. He turns around and starts walking away. You... You son of a bitch! If I see you near my house, I'll kill you! He doesn't answer. Car door slamming shut. engine coming to life, tires rumbling on asphalt. He's gone. I sit on the asphalt, leaning against the fender. Breathing is hella difficult after someone socks you in the solar plexus, not to mention the nausea. It's a miracle I hadn't puked myself yet. I look at the bag. The red sauce oozes from the bag like a trail of blood. Jesus. Fuck. I should go to the cops with this. I should. But I don't fucking feel like it. They won't do shit. They didn't do anything for 3 months, and besides, I didn't even get his plates. I'm tired. I'm beat, figuratively and literally. Just buy those damn nuggets and go home. Just want to go home and cuddle with my GF. Go back to the store, grab my shit, pay and leave. Soon I'm back on the road, thinking about what just happened. He knows where I live. And he knows Lucy's with me. How? I specifically asked everyone not to tell... Wait. He was at the hospital. He saw me come in and out, and he's got a car of his own. Would it be such a stretch to assume that he's been following me around this whole time? Oh my fucking God, I was so fucking stupid! Lucy's been going back and forth in and from the hospital for the past 4 days. He must have watched the house. Raptor, Jesus fucking Christ! I thought those trees would afford us privacy, but instead they afforded him a perfect spying spot. Fuck! I punched the steering wheel. Fuck! Fuck! I take my phone out and toss it on the dashboard. Spear E. Plot a course to the nearest police station.
Okay, calculating the route to the nearest police station. In 100 feet, turn right.
I arrive at the cop house. It's not the one I've been to last time, but it doesn't really matter. They must have some way of transferring info between stations. I tell them the gist of the case and explain the current circumstances. One of the boys in blue takes my testimony. I'm then asked if I would like to have an officer escort me back home, but I say no. I don't want to spook Lucy. I tell them that if they could send someone tomorrow, I would appreciate it very much. I'm assured by the cop taking my testimony that my request will be transferred at once to the proper police station.
You see, Mr. Mouse, your house is not in our district, he explains. We'll try our best to help you.
All right. Thank you. I leave the police station in a foul mood.
We'll try our best to help you.
Yeah, right. Tried your best for 3 months and it didn't amount to anything. Basil came to me himself. Found me before you found him. Wonderful. What else can I do? Call Doc Mitchell. Yeah, I should call him and explain the situation. We have to devise a plan of action and do it quickly before Basil makes a move. I hop in the car, grab my phone and dial good old Doc's number. Beep, beep, beep. Come on, Doc, I know you're there. Pick up. Come on. Beep, beep, beep.
Hello, you've reached Dr. Ann Mitchell at the White Wings Psychiatric Hospital. Unfortunately, I am currently unavailable to accept your call, but please leave a message with your name and phone number so I can call you back. Thank you.
Great. Wonderful. You left work early or something? This day keeps getting better and better. Hey, Doc, it's me. And on my mouse, please call me back as soon as you can. It's very urgent. I met Basil and we talked. He made threats towards me and Lucy. Please call me back as soon as possible. Thanks. Alright, I did all I reasonably could. Should have called Dad, my friends, tell them what's going down. No. It's late, and cops will hopefully send someone over in the morning. Alright, time to settle down and go back home. Those nuggets are close to defrosting. I don't want to worry Lucy and Mom more than necessary. I drive around aimlessly for about half an hour before I'm calm enough to warrant me going home. When I finally do get home, it's 9:45. Lucy welcomes me with a tight hug, a shower of kisses, and a stream of questions about what took me so long to get back. I promise to tell her everything later, and after a warm goodbye with Mom and seeing her off, I head to the kitchen with Lucy. She takes a bag from me and looks at it for several seconds, tears up, and looks back at me. Marisa told me that Amber likes nuggets too. She chuckles. Like mother, like daughter, huh? Indeed. I set the shopping bag down on the table, then sit down. I watch her pile the nuggets up on a plate, then put that in the microwave. She sets the timer and pulls up a chair to watch her favorite treat spin slowly inside. God, I needed this. The vision of her and Amber watching the nuggets in the microwave is now very close to becoming reality. I do wonder if Lucy's view on sharing her favorite treat have changed at all since she's had it last time. If not, we're gonna have a true civil war on our hands here quite soon. The nuggets crackle in the microwave. Lucy chuckles. I wring my hands, thinking about Ripley, about the promise I gave him. I think about Basil and my encounter with him at the parking lot. Lucy? Yeah? She keeps her eyes plastered in the nuggets. Your dad is... out of prison? She shrugs. I know. You wrote me a letter. My eyes widen so much that the fact my eyeballs don't pop out and roll across the table is a miracle in itself. Ripley wrote a letter to her? When? How did it get there? He wrote me last year, she says as in response to my inner questions. He talked about how much he'd like to talk to me. She turns her head to me. There's zero anger in her face. She's a bit curious, actually. I have to admit, I'm curious as well. Just what these two could talk about. I imagine a big one dredging out of mutual grievances and tribulations. Lots of crying, lots of shouting, followed by peace and some sort of understanding. I genuinely can't wait to see it, especially since I'll be possibly one of the main talking points between them. He talked about this today. He came to your mom's house to get his old clothes, and we had a moment to talk. I rubbed my nape. And tell him I said yeah. He can come over tomorrow if he wants. I look at her frowning. Tomorrow? She snorts. Ding! She grabs the nugs from the microwave and sits opposite me at the table, then rummages through the shopping bag and murmurs in approval, finding my choice of sauce adequate. She puts a generous serving on it on the side of the plate and dips a triceratops-shaped nugget into it. Looking me in the eye, she viciously rips its head off with her teeth and chews thoroughly, swallowing before speaking. Well, you have anything better to do? I do have a day off at base. It's been less work lately. No, not really. She nods. Great. We'll see the old fart together then. She chucks the rest of the nugget in her mouth and devours it ravenously. I drum on the table. She keeps eating, more concerned with nuggets than my mood at the moment. There is another thing. Yeah? Remember Basil? She pauses, puts the nugget down, and rubs her temple. Pain flashes across her face, momentarily twisting to a hideous mask of rage, regret, and sadness. Yes? She looks at me. Why? I didn't want to scare her, but I do have to tell her this. She needs to know the gravity of the situation, how cautious we have to be now. So I tell her. Tell her about Basil's exploits and how he stalked me, Samantha and Trish, how he hung out at the hospital. Tell her about going to the police about it, and about my visit to his sister's home. I skip over my encounter with him at the parking lot today, as I feel that would have been too much for her to handle. She's not mortified or even particularly perturbed by my narration. She listens to me carefully, yes, but nothing what I say seems to sound particularly scary or disturbing to her, no. She almost seems as if she expected it. So he wants to kill me? She dips a nugget in the sauce. Big fucking surprise. Can you take it more seriously? She sighs, sets her food down, and looks me straight in the eyes, her own burning like twin balls of molten lava. I'm taking it very fucking seriously, she whispers. The thing is, I expected shit like this to happen eventually. I killed 8 people. You didn't kill anyone. She jumps to her feet, knocking the chair over. I pulled the fucking trigger. Don't fucking lecture me on what I did or did not do. she shouts, spreading her wings in anger. Does it matter what state I was in? I blink. I don't care whether Fang was hallucinating or having a mental break or something. It matters, I say calmly. A rock standing against the storm. It matters really fucking much, Lucy, I say calmly. You did not know what you were doing. Doctors confirmed it time and time again. You were ruled innocent. She stands with her fists clenched at her sides. Her eyes ablaze and her wings spread. Her fangs glimmer in the light of the ceiling lamp. We're both still for a very long moment. She's a blaze of anger. I am an ocean of peace. Then, after several seconds pass in extremely tense silence, she turns around, starts rapidly rubbing her arms. She wraps herself around in her wings, and when I try to hug her, she nudges me away. I was ruled innocent, but I don't fucking feel so, she whispers, on the verge of tears. I killed 8 people. And why? Because my concert failed? Because my boyfriend at the time was an asshole? Because of some stupid high school drama bullshit? She sniffles. You shouldn't have... Her voice starts to break down. I should have died. I'm sorry. She drops on her knees, her wings slumping, revealing her hunched over form. I kneel next to her and take her in my arms. She cries. Oh, God, how she cries. The air reverberates with her sobs. Her whole body clenches up with each wave of grief and sadness. She holds on to me tight, jamming her face against my chest, her crest stabbing me in the chin, but I keep firm. A rock. I will be your rock, Lucy. Her nails, having regained a bit of their former sharpness, dig a little bit into my back. It hurts like hell, but I keep firm. I won't ever let you fall. Never again, Lucy. A long time goes by before her sobs start to die down. It's a slow, gradual process, interrupted a couple times by a fresh wave of grief, but finally she stops crying. Thank you, she mutters. And then I find a guy like you. We're both lucky to find one another. I kiss her head. Probably be dead now if not for you. She chuckles grimly and pecks my cheek. Right back at you, sweet. We stay cuddled on the floor for a bit. I then helped her to her feet and took her to the bedroom, since she had lost her appetite. And I lay her on the bed and tuck her in, then hop in there myself. You're not taking your clothes off? I shrug. Don't feel like it. She chuckles and rests her cheek on my arm, then closes her eyes. Alright, dweeb. Sleep tight. I kiss her cheek. Good night, Lucy. I woke up at dawn, around 5 in the morning. Lucy had shifted to her side of the bed, where she now lays curled up in a tight ball, clutching the sheets with both hands. I grabbed my phone and head on to the living room, where I text Ripley. She agreed. Can you come over today? The reply is instantaneous. Is he waiting for a reply all night, or is he a light sleeper? Of course, when does she have to leave for therapy? I reply as quickly as he did, at around 9. 3 dots don't get to perform their dance for long, which, with his reply coming at the heels of mine. Alright, is 8 okay for you? Yeah. Moment of nothing, then another short reply. I'll be there. I give him the address, then go to take a shower and change clothes. Lucy wakes up a short time after. After hearing the news from me, she herself takes the shower and changes out of yesterday's clothes. It's 7:15 when we're finally ready for Ripley's visit. All that remains is to wait for him. I can't sit still. I keep walking around the kitchen, drumming on countertops and the table, murmuring to myself. Lucy finds my nervousness irritating. At one point, she grabs my hand. Can you sit the fuck down? She grumbles.
You'll make a trench around the table at this rate.
I want to tell her that I'm worried about the absence of any police officers promised me yesterday evening, but that would require her to tell me about my meeting with Basil, so I keep my mouth shut and sit down. We sit in silence for a time, but the only thing breaking it being the ticking of the kitchen clock. I look at Lucy. She looks at me. We both look at the clock. 8:15. So I hope Ripley's a punctual guy. Car drives up the front yard, but doesn't pull up to the driveway.
Must be him. Lucy gets up. Come on.
Lucy, wait. But she's already at the door. She's stepping outside. She's calling out to her dad. I follow close behind her. Suddenly, her shouts are cut off, as if choked back. I pause at the threshold and look outside, then freeze. It's not Ripley who came. It's Basil. He's here. In my front yard. He's calm. Very calm. No screaming or shouting. That, paired with a gun pointed at Lucy, makes him look much more deranged than the night before, or even 3 months ago. He notices me and smiles.
I told you, Anon, he slowly says. I know where you live.
He looks back at Lucy.
Now, it's payback time.
Lucy stands completely still, her eyes glued to the barrel of the gun pointed at her. She's standing at attention like a soldier waiting for orders. Or an inmate before a firing squad. No. I take a step, then another, and another. I won't let you. I stand in front of Lucy. You will not harm her. His lips curl up into a soft smile.
Who said anything about her?
With my ears ringing, half blinded by the muzzle flash, I step back, stumble back, pushing Lucy to the side as I flail my arms about, then fall. My chest feels hot. It burns. Oh God, it fucking hurts. It's as if a giant fist of steel struck me. Something wells up in my stomach. Something warm. I cough. Blood spurts from my mouth. Oh fuck. This is bad. Lucy stands still for a moment which stretches into eternity. Her eyes wide open, her mouth gaping open, her hands clutching her face, a look of utter shock on her face. Her face is pale as a wall.
No.
She drops to her knees next to me.
No, Anon. Oh my God, no.
She starts tossing her head back and forth, her hair dancing, flopping about. Basil stands there, the gun lowered. He's not looking at me, but at Lucy, whose words have devolved into incomprehensible wild screaming, a shriek, a wail of grief. A wild look suddenly appears on his face, and he lets out a stifled laugh.
Now?
He swallows, choked back by emotions and adrenaline.
Now? How does it feel, huh?
He says in a level, shuddering voice.
Have the one you love, the one you planned your whole future with, dying right in front of you, and you not being able to do anything about it.
Lucy turns her head to him. She doesn't say anything. I feel cold. My chest is wet. My shirt is damp. It's stuck to my body.
Hurts, doesn't it?
Basil whispers. Heavy footsteps start approaching from the street at a rapid pace. Basil turns from us towards the source of those footsteps. He curses, turns fully, and shoots 1, 2, 3 times before Ripley rushes from behind the tree line, coming at Basil in long strides. Basil flies backwards, completely limp. The gun flies out of his hand at a sharp arc and lands on my right, where Ripley presses Basil's limp body down with his knee and takes out his phone. Lucy, I need you to... Lucy, no! I blink. Lucy's holding the gun. She's pointing it at Basil. Her eyes are wet with tears. Her hands are wet with blood. My blood. Lucy, I whisper, Lucy, don't do it. Please. She doesn't listen. The gun stays pointed at Basil. I look at him. He's already regaining consciousness, blinking and shaking his head. Tough little bastard, isn't he? He notices her pointing his own gun at him. And surprised at first, he starts laughing with a very toothy, very wide grin.
Well, what are you waiting for, huh? He says. Do it! Murder me like you did those kids! Kill me like you killed Leo! Do it, Fang! Do it!
He thrashes under Ripley's knee. Ripley pushes Basil's head down, his phone at his ear hole. I want you to call an ambulance. Gunshot wound on the chest. Lost a lot of blood. Ripley Aaron, Heathcliff 3517. Puts the phone down and turns to Lucy. Lucy, listen to me. He raises his voice. Listen to me! She looks at him. Put the gun down. You're not a killer, Lucy. You're not a killer. Put the gun down. Please. Basil bursts into laughter.
Not a killer? Not a killer? He starts thrashing again. You saw her handiwork firsthand. She killed your fucking son. Her brother.
Ripley ignores Basil. I blink, trying my best not to lose consciousness. I feel cold. Very cold. My brain starts fogging up and I find it quite difficult to breathe. I cough again, more blood spurting from my mouth. Lucy. I reach up and touch her hand. Sweet tooth. Fuck, it hurts so much. Don't. Please. You're not a monster. Lucy looks down at me, then at Ripley. You're not a monster, Lucy. He shakes his head. You're not a killer. Put the gun down. She looks at the gun, at her father, at Basil, and finally at me. She shudders then, with a stifled cry, chucks the gun across the yard. Basil lets out a prolonged, angry hiss like a choir of snakes. I'm sorry. She hides her face in her palms. I'm sorry. Basil's screaming stops. He goes very still and very quiet, staring at Lucy as if he was seeing her for the first time in his life. His bottom lip starts to quiver, and suddenly, his eyes are awash with tears. You're sorry? You're sorry? He chuckles, pauses, then starts laughing, the pitch of his voice rapidly rising higher and higher until his laughter melds together with a wild, ear-piercing scream into a cacophony of madness and despair. Sorry! Sorry! Leo! That was his name! And you... He's interrupted by a burst of high-pitched laughter. And you killed him! You! I loved him! I'm sorry. Lucy leans over me. I'm sorry. I try to reach out, caress her hair, comfort her. I hate seeing her cry like this. I can't move. My hand weighs 100,000 tons. I'm cold. Is this the end? I'm so cold. Lucy. Lucy, help me. The last thing I hear before the encroaching darkness envelops me is Lucy screaming my name. I'm awoken by the sounds of crying. Who's crying? Is this my funeral? Am I about to ascend to the pearly gates? Maybe St. Peter will let me in with the angels since I did a good thing and sacrificed myself for someone else? Then it hits me. Pain. Throbbing in my chest. Red hot poker stuffed into the rib cage. Branding iron smashed into my body. A rod lodged into my bones. if you wake up and nothing hurts, you're dead. Well, I'm not dead then, that's established. Okay, then, where am I? Hospital, obviously. Wonder if it's at Doc Jones' turf. Hearing that old chap's voice would make me feel at least 10 times better already. Alright, let's address the crowds. And 1, and 2, and... I lift my eyelids. The room is large. The whole Gonzalez family have gathered inside, with the women crying their eyes out at this very moment. Besides them, there's Samantha and Trent, as well as Trish, Stella, and Reed. Trig is the first to notice. He's awake! She leaps out of her chair. Oh god, can't you at least let me get my bearings before screaming it out for the world to hear? Before I can give her a proper verbal whipping, I'm accosted by Gonzalez, who all crowd around my bed. The women are crying and asking how I'm doing. The men are trying and failing to control the women. They're all grabbing my hands, kissing my head. It's pandemonium. Takes Sophia crying out to give me some breathing room for them to step back and quiet down. The old Ankylosaurus shakes her head at the rest of the family.
Está vivo. Cálmate, carajo.
She whips her hand up.
Necesita paz y tranquilidad. Ven, ven.
She points at the door. Mama, Simone tries to protest. She shuts him up with a soft hiss and an angry gesture.
Haz lo que te digo.
The Gonzalez file out of the room. Mom stays behind for a moment to hold my hand and assure me that she'll be back soon. Then leaves with Sophia, leaving me with Samantha and Trent. Thank God I'm not dead, I mutter with a smile. I'd miss them in the great beyond. Samantha sighs and hides her face in Trent's arm. Rosa walks up to me and smacks me on the hand with tears in her eyes. Ow! What was that for?
For being stupid, idiot, she cries out. No more bromes así, cabrón pendejo.
She smacks me again. Ow, okay. Look at the rest of the gang. Thanks for being here, you guys. And you, sis. I shut my eyes and sigh deeply. I really appreciate it. None of them say anything. The following silence and stillness makes me realize just how tired and weak I am. So, without further ado or asking anyone for permission, I drift off into sleep. Well, almost sleep. Whatever drugs I've been pumped with don't make me doze off or anything like that. Or rather, they bring about a sort of dense mist, obscuring both my mind and the world before me. In that mist, the images of past and present, recent and old, mix and mingle, making up the strangest combinations. During those bouts of almost unconsciousness, I get no rest but relieve a heavily fragmented version of this last 6 years. Now, arrive in Volcadera. Now I'm sitting with Lucy in chemistry class. Now they're playing a concert at Moe's. Now she's at the roof, racing towards her own demise. I'm at the beach with Reed. Now I'm dying of an overdose. And now I'm hugging Lucy in prison. Now I learned that she's pregnant. I'm sitting at the witness bench. Now I'm at the hospital holding my daughter. Now I watch Amber and Samantha meet for the first time. Now I join the Navy. And now I hear a possibility of Lucy's release. Now I'm at home with Lucy. Now I'm standing in front of her, shielding her. Now I'm getting shot. Now I'm dying. Lucy mutters something to me. I try to open my eyes, but they won't cooperate. As if they've been sewn shut by a mischievous nurse while I was out. When I try to open my mouth, I get the same result. In fact, I can't move a muscle. It's as if I was in the midst of sleep paralysis. Fucking swell. It's exactly what I needed right now. My sweet, sweet girl came to see how I'm doing, and I'm lying there, mute and blind. I might as well be asleep. Lucy shifts. She leans over me and plants a soft kiss on my forehead. My dweeb. My big, strong, brave dweeb, she mutters softly. The door clicks open. A moment of hospital noises, cut off by the door shutting. Someone sits down on my right side. Good morning, Fang. My heart immediately starts pounding against my chest. Every single hair on my body standing at attention as my skin starts to tingle. Army of ants on a stroll. My name is... I know what your name is. Samantha's voice is cold and hard, with a suggestion of rage hiding behind the slight shudder of it. You wanted us to call you that, didn't you? Me, Ripley, Nasser? Lucy swallows. She shifts again, her chair rumbling. Well, here you are, Fang. I'm sorry, Lucy whispers. Samantha gives a short, cool laugh. Apologizing won't bring him back. Lucy's brother is dead. He's been dead for 6 years. She pauses. Fang killed him. Lucy shifts in her seat again. Her grip on my cover tightens, her knuckles popping. I'm Lucy. It's my name. It's not. Samantha cuts her off. Why won't my eyes open? Why won't my body fucking listen to me? I want to open my eyes. I want to wake up and tell these two not to do this, but I don't. I can't. I might as well be dead. I'm your goddamn daughter, Lucy growls. I don't want you to call me... Samantha smites the edge of my bed with such a force that the whole frame shakes. The resulting sound cuts Lucy off. A long moment of silence follows. I don't give a fuck what you want, Samantha says. You killed my son, my baby, my little boy. She sighs shakily. Lucy growls again. It was always about him, wasn't it? She mutters. It was always him. Always Nazar. What's how fucking great and promising he is. How bright of a future he's gonna have. While I was left on the wayside to suffer and fester. Samantha growls. It's a low, throaty, warning growl, the kind of which promises bloodshed if one uttering is provoked further. Lucy? She pauses, then continues in a calm tone. Lucy made a mistake. She was young and didn't mean it. We made a mistake with Nazar and Lucy, yes. We didn't show Lucy enough love, yes. What did Lucy do? Nothing. She was and always will be innocent. I can't believe my own words. Is Samantha really absolving Lucy of all responsibility? What? Lucy whispers. Samantha ignores her. But Lucy turned into Fang. She gives another throaty growl. A mean, rebellious, selfish person. Lucy stands up but doesn't leave. Her footsteps move towards the window. She's breathing quickly and shakily. Fang, who always picked a fight with her father. Fang, who hated Lucy's brother. Samantha continues. Fang, who killed him. Lucy turns on her heel. Stop! She shouts. I'm not her. I'm not her. I'm not Fang. I'm not Fang. I'm Lucy. Lucy. Samantha gives another sharp, cool laugh. Fang killed Nasser and his sister, she says through gritted teeth. That day, Lucy, my dear little girl, my sweet baby girl, she died. She sniffles and rubs her eyes. All that's left is you, she says. Fang. Lucy doesn't answer. Her footsteps go from the window towards the door. Dr. Mitchell's voice is cut off by the door slamming shut. Samantha sits in silence for a time, then, after fixing up my covers, she leaves too. God. Dear God, if you're real, please don't let this destroy Lucy. Don't let her, given her mother's words, don't let her believe them. She's not a monster, not back then, not now, not ever. Please, God, I never prayed to you. I won't ask you for anything ever again. Just grant me this one request. You owe me for saving Lucy's life. Days go by, lost behind the veil of drug-induced brain fog. I remember fragments, Faces, voices, snippets of conversation, but not much else. Amber visited me at one point. I remember her crying over my bed, telling me that everything's going to be okay. I remember Lucy sitting by my bed, looking me deep in the eyes. I remember Ripley sitting next to Lucy, the two deep in conversation about something. One day I'm awakened to see Dr. Mitchell sitting by my bed with a very worried expression. Ah, fuck, what now? He doesn't ask me how I'm doing. Doesn't put on an air of grand and mighty doctor of psychiatry. He leans towards me slightly and looks me deep in the eyes. Lucy's gone. Great. Wonderful. Thanks, God, you fucking asshole. Amber's not going into Sunday school anymore, dickhead.
You know her well. Do you know where she may have gone?
Nazar's grave. Nazar's grave. I immediately repeat after conscience. Somehow I know it's correct. She's at the cemetery. At her brother's grave. Doc Mitchell rubs his chin, hems to himself and thinks for a couple seconds, then slowly nods.
Yes, that makes sense.
Makes a move to rise.
Thank you, Anon.
I grab his hand. I must go with him. If it's the last thing I do. I'm going with you. He pauses, looks me over, and tilts his head with a crooked, patronizing smile.
I don't know if you've noticed, but you're currently recovering from a serious gunshot wound.
Grabs my hand to pry it off his.
You're in no state to...
I squeeze his hand further, or harder. He hisses and tenses up. I'll go and look for her with or without you. I yank him forward. He falls off the chair and lands on the bed, with his snout nearly touching my face. Which one do you prefer, Alan? He looks me in the eyes, pauses, then nods. I let him go. He sits down, rubbing his wrist, fixing his glasses back on his snout.
I'm afraid that you'll be the only one who's going to be able to calm her down.
He starts rubbing his wrist.
She's been talking a lot about her mother recently. Did they meet?
I relate to him what I witnessed. He grimaces and shakes his head, sighing heavily.
Dear God, that woman may have just undone 6 years of therapy.
He stands up and gives me his hand.
Come on.
I grab his hand and slowly sit up. Then, with his assistance, get up to my feet. I ask the family to bring some of my clothes over so I can change here once I'm discharged. Guess I expected shit like this to go down, with Lucy and Samantha bound to meet here at some point.
That intuition of yours hadn't failed you yet.
Goddamn right, Samantha. I quickly change into my clothes and leave the hospital gown on the bed. I'll put it back on after this little excursion's done. Doc Mitchell peeks out into the corridor.
All right, come on.
I step out into the empty corridor. From there, it's a short walk to the elevators, to the ground floor, across the lobby and through the front door. Easiest patient escape in history. Wonder how long before they'll realize that I'm gone. And look over my shoulder.
Not too wrong, I reckon,
Mitchell says.
Come on, we'll grab my car.
A couple minutes later, we're driving down the main street of Volcadera. I give Mitchell directions, in the meantime telling him how I ended up in the hospital. He looks at me after I'm finished. He's very impressed.
Dear God.
He shakes his head. God's an asshole, Doc. Step on it. We arrive at the graveyard about after half an hour of driving. As we get out into the cool morning, sounds of distant wailing, loud and intense, reach us. I exchange looks with Doc Mitchell. We head towards the source of the sound. The source of the crying lies somewhere far inside the graveyard. The closer we get, the more distinct and louder it gets. After about 5 minutes of walking, we start discerning words. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. In the distance, I see a figure standing by one of the graves. It's not alone. Other figures kneeling by them, beating the ground with their fists. The one on the ground is Lucy. Her hair impossible to mistake for anyone other. The other person is I miss a step and nearly fall on my face. Mitchell grabs and steadies me, careful not to touch the wound.
What's wrong?
He asks. It's Naomi's mom. They're at her grave.
Naomi Chun?
I nod. He looks at the two figures, then, after frowning and spending a short time rubbing his chin in contemplation, he grabs him by the shoulder and pulls him behind a tree growing in the adjacent alley. What the hell, Doc?
Watch,
he tells me. I peek out from behind the tree. Naomi's mother is looming over Lucy, her head hung low. She's got her back turned to us, so I can only speculate what sort of look she has on her face. What is she thinking? Faced by her daughter's killer crying over her grave, begging for forgiveness. Does she believe that Lucy's grief is genuine? Suddenly, she lifts her hand as if to strike Lucy. The younger woman cringes and cowers. Her sobbing and screams choke back suddenly. I make a move to get out and tell Rachel to leave Lucy alone, but I'm stalked by Mitchell's hand yanking me into cover. Let me go, I demand. Watch, he says again. So I watch. Naomi's mom's hand hovers over her head for a couple seconds, then falls by her side. She turns and walks away without a word, chased by Lucy's sobs and pleas for forgiveness. God, it would have been better if she had condemned Lucy. If she had told her that there is no forgiveness in store for her. It would have been better in silence, the ambiguity and uncertainty. Once we're sure Rachel's gone, we leave our hideout. I run up to Lucy to take her in and take her in my arms. She doesn't question why I'm here, how I got here, but just throws her arms around me and weeps into my chest. I hold her close, hold her tight, ignoring the sharp pain caused by her pressing against my wound. I'll live. Strangely, when I look at Naomi's grave, I don't feel sad. There's calm. I'm calm. Why? Perhaps my concerns about losing my mind over seeing her headstone were exaggerated, or maybe that time has passed, helped bring down my feelings towards it at a reasonable level. I don't know. I only know that I'm calm. Lucy mumbles. I want to see his grave, Nan. She looks up at me. Take me there, please. Okay. I help her get to her feet. Come on. She sniffles and shivers, clinging to me tightly. She doesn't even notice Doc Mitchell when we go past him, having her eyes put firmly forward. We walk down the graveyard, down the cobbled path and past the tree. We go down the hill and towards his grave. Lucy turns her face away the moment we pass the apex of the tree, keeping her eyes firmly on me. I hold her with one arm, guiding her down the steep slope. It's cold. The wind picks up. The oak atop the hill starts swaying in the wind. The rustling of the leaves becomes almost deafening. We're here, I whisper to her. She lets go of me, closes her eyes, and slowly, very slowly and very stiffly, like a malfunctioning automaton, turns around to face the gravestone. She stands with her arms slightly raised, like a blind person feeling their path along a corridor, then slowly lowers them. I don't see the moment she opens her eyes, but I know by her cry, loud, deep, desperate and mournful, when it happens. She drops onto her knees and crawls towards the grave, lifting her arms up to the statue of the angel standing vigil over her brother's resting place. She throws her arms around the grave and hugs it, tighter and tighter, squeezing it more and more desperately, as if she believed that the power of her grief, the power of her desire to have her brother back, could crush the cold stone barrier, cutting him off from the world of the living. She presses her face against the cold stone as if trying to hear anything. A word of comfort, a word of forgiveness, something, anything that would lessen her pain. Neither of those things happen. The stone is unyielding, cold and silent. She slowly sinks to the ground and clenches her fist around the tufts of grass, breathing fast and deep. I'm sorry, Naz, she says. I'm sorry. I always loved you, little bro. Her voice breaks down as she starts sobbing, wailing, her whole body shaking violently with each sob. I realize just now that my eyes are full of tears. My chest is the tightest it's ever been, and the sight of Lucy humbling herself before her brother's grave makes me sniffle, gasp, and finally drop down next to Lucy, put my arms around her and weep, weep, weep. For her, for Nazar, for Naomi, for Samantha and Ripley, for Basil, Rosemary, and Leo. How long did we cry? I don't know. It started raining at one point, but we didn't care. We cried, and cried, and cried until we had no more tears to shed. Only then did we rise up to our feet. Hanon, Lucy looks at me, her eyes red and puffed up. Yep. Please take me home. I kiss her on the head. Alright, sweet tooth. Let's go. We turn from the grave. Doc Mitchell's waiting by the oak. We follow him out of the graveyard and into his car. And as we drive off, I feel Lucy nestling against my chest. She looks up at me and smiles. I smile back and kiss her forehead, and rest my chin on her head. I fall deep in thought, musing over the prospects of the following months. About my job. About Amber's future. What will become of Lucy. That was all. Why are you so quiet? Lucy asks. I'm thinking. About what? The future, sweet tooth. She rubs her snout against my throat. What's it like? Full of hope. Fucking hell. Never ask me for anything ever again. I would like to thank everyone who contributed to how fucking awesome this fanfic had turned out. I want to thank Dave and Busters, AO3 in Discord, The Inept Knight, Warrior Wog, Talos Lives, Drustapena, Dat Doge, Daedric Umbranus, for their help with beta reading many of the chapters of the fic and their awesome suggestions. I would like to thank Jess09 for their contribution in helping me figure out the minutiae of the psychiatric side of the story. I would like to thank Castellano from the Snoot Club Discord for their help regarding the legal part of the fic, court stuff, etc. Without them, the courthouse chapters wouldn't be nearly as amazing as they turned out. And last, but certainly not least, I want to thank Giz75, whose comments and superb suggestions helped me turn this fic into something truly special. Thanks a lot, brother. You're a real one. I'm not reading this. I'm not... This part here? No. This one... I get to skip this today. Fucking hell. I better get a thank you at some point. Fuck. I made an audiobook. I'm out of water, dog. Thank you, Mr. Streamer. Thank you, Mr. Streamer. See, that's great. Ugh. You need a thank you, huh? Jesus Christ. Alright. We'll get this last chapter out of the way. Just let me get some more water real quick. Believe it or not, 3 hours of fucking voice acting straight is not great for the old throat. Hopefully the basil shit sounded good. I don't know if I was doing any good there. I'm getting my water. You guys can send messages while I'm doing that. Ugh. Can't wait to listen to it all over again with the supercut. Basil was fine. Spanish was not, as usual. True as fuck. Ugh. Looks like I'm going to be a VOD watch for the epilogue, boys. Y'all enjoy this well-earned finale. Take it easy. All right, Vice. Rest easy, bubby. Ugh. Check DMs after you finish the final chapter. Can do. Oh. Ugh. Surviving. Living. Alright. Whew. Alright. I'm good. I can do this. On my previous comment, I was thinking because if it was a 22 revolver, Anon couldn't just grab the fucking slide and kill Basil in the Walmart parking lot. I don't think... here's the thing, too. I don't think that would have really worked out because, I mean, they had established that Basil was pretty fucking strong as well. It would not have been a clean thing for him. Very likely he could have just got shot and killed in the parking lot. Good thing Basil was dramatic. Otherwise, Basil probably would have fucking shot and killed him. I feel like Basil would have also used the same type of revolver that, like, Fang would have used. Could have done a drive-by, you stupid. He could... Again, the whole thing with that is Basil wanted, like... just wanted the very personal side of that. Drive-by doesn't get enough of it, worked out of their system, I guess. And I'm getting shot in the chest. Me remember getting shot in the chest on my body armor and the ribs that broke from becoming sore. Well, at least it's the body armor. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and finish this up before I keep talking. Alright. Because let's knock this out of the way and then we can have like some last stuff talking here before we end off the stream for the night. Alright. Here we go. Chapter 36. Phoenix Rising. Then you'll rise right before my eyes on wings that fill the sky like a phoenix rising. Like a phoenix rising. The sounds of water splashing against the pier mingle with the gentle rumble of the sea waves lapping against the tide breakers. The pier is wet, smells of fish and seawater, and creaks as we walk down it, following our girl to the end of the pier, where a moderately sized boat is moored. The ropes keeping it in place creak as it bobs slowly up and down on the waves. Amber looks at us over her shoulder and flashes a grin, her eyes closed. God. Feels as if just yesterday, she was a little girl, playing with Jack in our backyard. Look at her now. 20 years old, in college, avid student of marine biology. Trisha's love for water bugs turned out to be much more infectious than any of us would have anticipated. Speaking of Trish, she is indeed with us, as is Reed, Rosa, and their son, Santiago. He's a carbon copy of his mother, with the exception of being pink like his father, and possessing the same tail feathers as him. They're not the only ones seeing Amber off today. Oh, no. The whole close Kazala family have gathered for this monumentous occasion, as well as Murphys, Samantha, Trent, and their kids, and the sole representative of House Aaron besides Lucy, Ripley. Mom's been chatting with Amber and Lucy as we waited for the ship to come to shore. Trish partook in the conversation as well. Amber and her kept yapping about some crustacean or a water arthropod, or some other sea critter, ignoring topics Lucy and Larissa talked about. They were lost in their own little world. Not sure which showed more enthusiasm about the subject. The rest of the Gonzalez family had been much more reserved in showing affection to Lucy. Most of the time, they've actively been avoiding looking at her, their eyes sliding past her as if she wasn't there at all. Time or two, I noticed Moises on the cusp of saying something to her, even opening his mouth, but hesitating and giving up at the last moment. His girl whispered something to his ear and shook her head. I wonder what he wanted to say. He probably wanted to ask about that night over 20 years ago, what really went down. Magdalene showed good sense in stopping that hothead from ruining the day for everyone. Moises, I love you, man, but you can still be kind of a dumbass sometimes. Let sleeping dogs lie. Samantha hid her disregard for Lucy quite well. She murmured a greeting when they came face to face and kept her face completely straight the whole time she's been here, excluding the time she greeted Amber and me, at which moment her cool demeanor melted away like ice in the summer, leaving behind warmth, pride, and joy. She even hugged me and said that I did very well as a dad, that Nazar would be proud to have such a smart niece. The moment she stepped away from us and looked at Lucy, the mask was back on. She didn't say a word to her, simply stepped back to make room for Trent and the kids. Little ones aren't so little anymore. They're both 15, energetic as hell, but very well behaved and very much loved by their parents.
Amber, bring me something, okay?
Arwen looked up at her, his eyes gleaming. Amber laughs and ruffles up his hair, same way we used to do when she was but a little scamp zooming around the house. Fingers spread, stuck deep in his hair, rapid circular motion. Erwin shakes his head, trying to get away from Amber's hand, but she's relentless. Whenever he leans away, her hand follows. It's like a spider stuck onto his scalp. His sister grins, seeing him suffer. Seeing that, Amber puts her hand on her head as well and gives her hair a ruffle so thorough that she yells and steps back.
Stop being an ass, Amber!
She flips her off.
Julia!
Samantha booms. Julia rumps and stamps her foot on the pier.
She started it,
she grumbles, crossing her arms.
Te detentre,
Santiago cuts in.
Nadie insultaría a mi familia?
Julia sticks her tongue out at Rosa's son, who puffs up and straightens up to make himself look even taller than he already is. Rosa gives him a long, strict look, very similar to that of Maurice's. And as its intended effect, the boy deflates and quickly loses all his bravado. Samantha speaks up in the ensuing silence.
That's no reason to call her names.
Amber tries to remedy the situation, but to no avail. Samantha shakes her head at Julia, looking very strict and pretty angry. The tarot team keeps up her hearty facade for some moments, but eventually yields. She lowers her head, unfurls her arms, and puts her hands together, then murmurs an apology to Amber. After a moment, she hugs her. Amber returns the embrace with a soft, warm smile and laughs when Erwin joins her sister in the show of affection. Santiago isn't far behind. She truly is their favorite cousin. Lucy looks upon the scene with a sort of melancholic sadness. Those kids know that she's some sort of relation of theirs, but will never know the truth. Samantha made it very clear years ago that she's got no intention of telling them who Lucy really is, no matter what I or anyone else says. We're at the edge of the pier now. Amber grins and runs her hand across the name of the vessel, written in bold, ink blue characters. Amberlight. Man, she turns to us all. I'm gonna miss y'all. She wipes her eye with her finger. She steps away from the boat and spreads her arms. Her shipmates look on from above as she says loud enough for everyone to hear. Come on, you're not gonna give me a hug? There's a note of exaggerated sadness in her voice. It has its intended effect. Everyone starts crowding around her, and she's showered in wishes of good luck, hugs, and other shows of affection. During all the commotion, I get to squeeze in a hug. Good luck, princess, I mutter in her. Email some fossil pigs, alright? I grin her in the face.
No worry, Baba.
She grins back. Lucy hugs Amber tight. Really tight. She squeezes our girl against herself, her eyes closed, the side of Amber's head pressed against her chest. She doesn't say anything. She doesn't have to. She pats Amber's back and steps back, gripping my arm for support. I put it around her and pull her close, watching Amber being hugged and squeezed by every member of the Cazales household in turn, then by Samantha, Trent, and my friends. At one moment, Amber looks beyond the crowd of friendly faces surrounding her, at a lonely figure standing some distance back, watching the events with a sort of coy, reserved demeanor. She pushes through the throng of friends and family towards that lonely figure. Ripley looks at her as she approaches him. He makes a move to walk away, but she lifts her hand in greeting, which makes him pause. He waits, and when she arrives and opens her arms, he gives her a bear hug. She smiles, her head resting on his wide chest. He's saying something, but the wind and the rumble of the sea make it impossible to hear what. She nods and says something back. We couldn't keep the truth of who Ripley really was from Amber for long. She tricked Lucy into saying that he was her dad one day, and after learning the truth, she demanded to visit him. She did inevitably learn everything. It was before she went to college, and it was a very hard conversation for all three of us. It was a sunny, warm day. When she came home, she demanded that both of us meet her in the kitchen. We were sitting in the living room, watching TV and discussing plans to head out of town for a weekend, get away from the hustle and bustle of the big city. She barged into the living room, her eyes wide, one hand clenched into a fist, the other gripping her head. She was breathing deep and slowly, and the moment her eyes landed on Lucy, her features hardened a bit, while the look in her eyes cooled. Lucy noticed this change immediately and, startled by its suddenness and intensity, turned to Amber to ask what's wrong. Before she could say a word, Amber growled under her breath, cutting Lucy off and making all hairs on my body stand at attention as I felt creeps crawling up my back. I looked up at her, but she ignored me and kept her eyes glued firmly to Lucy. "What's wrong, Princess?" I asked. She looked at me without moving her head, then sighed and rubbed her temples with her fingers. She looked like she was having a massive headache.
"I want to talk about something with you guys, and I want to talk about it now."
Her eyes darted back to Lucy. Immediately after, she turned on her heel and walked off, clearly not bothered about what we had to say about this situation. We exchanged looks. Lucy turned pale. When she got up, a sudden shudder forced her back down. I helped her back to her feet, and together, my arm around her, we followed Amber. We found her sitting at the table, staring through the window. Noticing our entry, she sat upright and waited for us to take our seats. Then lifted her hands off the table and rubbed her temples for a couple seconds, muttering to herself so quietly that it was impossible to discern what she was saying. A sudden pang of foreboding struck me like a brick to the head, and from that pang, a whole cascade of similar feelings started, washing over my body like a wave of ice-cold water. Anxiety, fear, worry, and some others which were so vague that I couldn't name them. Lucy looked tense. She had her hands flat on the table, back straight, as rigid as a steel pole. Her face was frozen in an expression of deep anxiety. A moment passed, then another. The silence between us seemed to drag on and on into infinity, each passing second marked by the regular, loud ticking of the clock. Amber kept rubbing her temples and murmuring. I kept still, consumed by anxiety and foreboding. Lucy kept staring at Amber, tense and slightly pale. Out of the sudden, Amber put her hands on the table, palms down. She didn't use much force, but the sudden bang scared us both, making me jump and forcing a soft gasp out of Lucy.
"Grandpa Ripley told me everything."
Amber looked at Lucy. "Why did you..." She paused, shut her eyes for a second, took a deep, deep breath, and continued.
"Grandpa told me what you did to Uncle Nazar."
She paused again.
"Why?"
Lucy turned pale as a wall. She sat completely still for a couple seconds, then slowly raised her hand to her mouth, and, with her eyes so wide that they took up most of her face, gripping her snout tight, she slowly turned left, away from me and from Amber. Amber didn't shout. She waited. I reached out to comfort her, but a low, threatening hiss stayed in my hand. I knew that hiss. "Don't touch me. Leave me alone." She sat with her back turned to us for almost a minute. When she finally spoke up, her voice was barely above a whisper.
"Nazar,
She gave a long pause.
I never hated him."
Another pause, longer than the one before. A strong shudder shook her, and she stifled a sob. Oh God, how I wanted to take her into my arms at that moment. I wanted to console her, to comfort her, to assure her that she doesn't have anything she does not have to say anything, that I understand her completely. But Amber didn't understand. She wanted to understand. I had no right to stand in the way of that. She deserved to know. Lucy gave a short, shaky sigh and, without turning around, she started talking. I never hated him. I never did. But I felt guilty. Jesus fucking Christ, I felt so fucking guilty about him falling off that fucking bluff. She spoke fast, very fast, the words coming out in a stream, crowding onto one another. I wanted him to hate me. That's why I did what he fucking did. But I didn't want to fucking kill him. She paused, let out a soft sob, choked back another before it got out fully and started rubbing her eyes with her forearm. Amber kept looking at her and I sat still, unable to do anything. I fucking hated myself for it. I knew all too well how it feels to have ghosts of the past come back to haunt you, and yet Lucy herself did not want my help with her ghosts. I love Nazar, Amber. She finally turned back to us. Her eyes were dry, and there's not a trace of tears within them, but she was extremely tense. He was my little brother, and I killed him. Her hand furled into a fist as if by reflex. She laid it on the table, partially opening and closing it for a couple seconds before lifting her eyes to Amber. Our daughter's expression did not change. Whatever I'll say, it'll sound like an excuse, Lucy continued. Then say it, Amber demanded. I'll decide for myself whether it's an excuse or not, Mom. Lucy sighed, rubbing her arm and nodded. Okay. She started talking. She started with the first year of high school and went through every year, every incident, good and bad, every triumph, every loss, every honor, and every humiliation. As her narration progressed, the latter kept piling up more and more, and when she arrived near the end of her tale, they were dominating the story. She spoke in a monotone tone, without a hint of self-pity or reproach, not looking at neither me nor Amber. She kept her eyes glued to the table, clenching her fists at points, when she arrived at a particularly painful memory. When she arrived at prom night and started to describe the argument we had, Amber chimed in. ¿Qué? She looked at me. ¿Qué coño te pasaba, papá? I look away. I can't look into her eyes. Not right now. Not when the memory of that goddamn night risen up and stand fresh in my mind. She's got her mother's eyes, uncannily so. If I peek into those fiery eyes, those fiery amber eyes, no, I will join Lucy in her miserable state. I got drunk that night, I told her. Drank too much at the prom, made an ass of myself in more ways than one. You don't say, Amber cuts in. All this happened to Mom and you just... She paused again. And only Trish? Is it true what Uncle Reed had told me? I froze. Reed told her what happened before the concert? She was doing her homework well. I wonder what prompted her to go digging around in the past. I look at her. The fire in her eyes made me shudder. But thank God I don't fall into a depressed lethargy like Lucy. She had crossed her arms and was squeezing her forearms hard enough for some of her nails to puncture her sleeves at times. That she set up your mom for failure? She slowly nodded. Yes. It's true. It's all true. She tensed up, then turned her head to Lucy, who was still not looking at her. Then she looked at me, then back at Lucy. The first time she laid her eyes on me, the disbelief and anger in her eyes made my cheeks turn burning crimson. What the fuck was wrong with you all? She slowly said. Were you all insane? I had to force myself to keep my eyes locked with hers. I couldn't not. I would not look away. If I did, something told me that I'd hate myself for the rest of my life. We were teenagers, Amber. A bunch of stupid, angry, confused teenagers who had no fucking idea what they were doing. We made a lot of mistakes. Amber's grip around her forearms tightened at that very moment. She shut her eyes, took a deep breath, and, to my shock and surprise, she shuddered. For the first time since we started talking, she showed sign of any internal tribulation. When she opened her eyes, they were full of tears. Was I one of those mistakes, Dad? Blood left my face in an instant. Lucy let out a choked back gasp, her chair rumbling as she scrambled to her feet. The blood hummed in my ears. My whole body tensed up, locked up as if someone had thrown a wrench into my gears. I tried to open my mouth to tell her how much I love her, but my mouth wouldn't open. I just stared at her. Tell me, she demanded, blinking repeatedly. When I didn't answer, she slammed her fist down onto the table. Then she did it again and again and again, at shorter and shorter intervals, growling, hissing, crying, mumbling. Finally, she stopped. She stared at me with tears running down her cheeks, heaving, gasping for air. Tell me! She jerked her head forward, tears splashing in small drops. That broke the spell. I could move. I could speak. I could think. You were not a mistake, Amber. You were the best thing to ever happen to me and your mom. And not for one single second have I ever thought of you as a mistake. I leaned forward and put my hand atop her fist, still laying at the spot it struck. Amber tensed up but didn't pull her hand away. She sniffled, shielded her eyes. But Mom raped you, she mumbled. That makes me a... I squeezed her hand. She paused, choking back the dreaded word. It doesn't make you anything, Amber, I said firmly. We were teenagers. We made mistakes, some of them extremely fucked up and horrible. I put my other hand on hers. You are not one of them. I kissed her forehead. You never were, and never will be. Amber shut her eyes and shuddered. And then the shooting? She lifted her eyelids and turned her head to Lucy. I turned my head too. Lucy had gone to the window. Her hands were gripping the windowsill hard enough for her claws to dig into the hardwood. She was shuddering and mumbling. Her wings were dropping down loosely, brushing against the floor. I was a monster, she mumbled. Everyone kept telling me that it wasn't my fault, that I didn't know what the fuck I was doing. But I pulled the trigger, didn't I? She pressed her head against the glass. I killed Naomi. I killed Leo, and I killed Nazar. I almost fucking killed Stella. She growled, then punched the sill. Twitch. Then she shuddered. Then let out a humorless laugh, which brought back some extremely unpleasant memories. The memories of her that night we did it. Memories of her going off at me in the hospital. Lucy. She ignored me and kept mumbling. How many people fucking died? 8? I fucking murdered 6 directly. She punched the window again. 6 kids. With a future. Much brighter future than I ever would have. Even if I hadn't gone down the path of slaughtering them all. She lets out another humorless laugh. I looked back at Amber. She stared at her mother with teary eyes, but her expression was no longer that of anger or accusation, but of pity and compassion. She was holding her rosary, gripping the cross at the end very hard. Alan almost died because of what I fucking did. She bumped her head against the window. He suffered so fucking much for him because of me. Fuck! She slammed her fist on the sill. It should have been me who took the fucking bullet, not him.
It would have been fair.
I felt my hand touching the spot where I was shot 13 years ago. Left behind a scar and a very small indent.
Mama.
Amber got up from her chair.
Mama.
She slowly walked up to Lucy, tears streaming down her face. I got up also.
I'm sorry, Amby,
Lucy mumbled.
I'm sorry for you having a fucking monster for a mother.
Amber sniffled and put her arms around Lucy. I hugged her from the other side. She resisted for a moment, neither moving nor saying anything. But then, suddenly, she gently pushed herself away from the window and pulled us both into a tight, strong embrace. There was a long moment of silence, and then tears. A lot of tears. Amber poking me brings me back to the present moment with such force that I gasp and jump, startling her. She steps back, her eyes wide.
Hey, papa.
She fingers gun me.
¿Qué ocurre?
I shake my head and smile, forcing the memory down into the deeper recesses of my mind. Oh, nothing. I was just thinking of how lucky I am to have such a strong, smart princess for a daughter. I grab her and pull her into a surprise hug. She laughs and starts wriggling in my arms, trying to break away. I don't let up. I lift her up and spin her slowly around, laughing. I hear others laugh too. My stepbrothers and sisters throwing in some jokes. Don't drop her in the water, Manito, Felipe chuckles.
Why not?
Moises calls out.
That's her natural habitat. Para.
She beats on my chest with her hands, her laughter ringing in the crisp afternoon air. I finally set her down. She lightly smacks me in the shoulder with her palm and sticks her tongue out at me.
You're so stupid sometimes, Dad.
That's what dads are. I smile. Stay safe out there, okay? She nods, picks up her bags, and looks up at the ship.
Jack!
She shouts. Someone scrambles to the bow. Nick's son, now a young man, and from what Nick had told me, passionate sailor, peers down at us. He whistles, seeing the crowd gathered in honor of Amber.
Damn, Amby! Didn't know you were so popular.
Amber puffs up with a wide grin.
You don't know the half of it, querido.
She turns to us. She takes us all in with a wide, sweeping look, encompassing the whole of the crowd. After a moment, she smiles a wide, warm smile and laughs, then suddenly tears up.
Thanks for everything, y'all,
she says.
See y'all soon.
She's met with a choir of voices in both English and Spanish, wishing her luck, saying goodbye, or both at the same time. She walks up the gangplank and watches us as the ship casts off from the pier. She walks along the broadside as the ship turns towards the sea, waving at us the whole time. Finally, she stands at the stern and climbs onto the railing. Jack's at her side. He too's waving at us, waving us goodbye. She holds on to one of the ropes and waves at us until long after the ship enters the open sea. And only then, she hops back onto the deck and walks off the bow with Jack. Shame his mother who couldn't be with us now. Believe me, it's not for a lack of trying. After 15 minutes later, the ship is nothing but a tiny dot on the horizon. The gathered folk start dispersing, and soon, the only ones left on the pier are me, Lucy, Reed, Rosa, Stella, Trish, and Ripley. The old Tarot looks at us, hesitates, then starts walking away with his hands in his pocket, his head inclined.
Dad!
He stops and looks over his shoulder.
You want to come over for dinner?
He smirks and nods. Of course, Lucy. Call me, okay? He then continues his lonely stride. I watch him as he walks off. He goes the way opposite to the one of my family and the Murphys took.
You know, I heard that Basil had filed another appeal to be let out of the hospital,
Lucy says. Trish rubs her snout, but says nothing. Rosa sighs and hugs Reed loosely.
You will never leave it, will you?
That's what the judge said. I nod, my mood soured a little by the mention of this. Okay. Enough moping about. I clasp my hands together. It's a beautiful day. I'm starving. Who's up for a bite to eat? Will rise right before their eyes, on wings that fill the sky, like a phoenix rising, like a phoenix rising. Wings on fire, tearing into the night, and will fly away. Notes. I would again want to thank everyone who contributed in making the story as fucking awesome as it turned out. Thank you. P.S. I added a little scene to the previous chapter to the part after Lucy's return. Do check it out. Slight redemption for Rip is nice. Yeah. And on getting gave me Ad Astra PTSD. There we go. What a good but little bittersweet ending for this peak snoot fic. 500,000 words and a story complete. Man. Just drinking it in, you know? You did it, Mr. Streamer. Congratulations. If I had Cromer to congratulate you with, I'd give it. Thank you. Thank you. In this farewell, there's no blood. We're doing some goddamn Linkin Park, huh? Better get in touch with KCB to link your audiobook. Yeah, I gotta figure out, I already said what the plan was to, like, cut it into arcs, so that way there's the spaced out supercut and then the absolute everything supercut. Mr. Streamer, you promised us the oiled up twerking stream when None in the Chamber would be finished. Wrong. Alt ending sentence. Lucy, you know, Anon, I'm glad that back at the rooftop, I'm really glad at the time that there was None in the Chamber. When they said, and wings taking to the sky, my brain filled goodbye volcano high. Don't forget to press it onto his back and make a big bad evil guy monologue. You finally did it. Congratulations. Yep, congrats. DMs for reward. Treat time. Treat time. Oh boy. Well, let's take a look at this for a minute. Here, move a little out of the way there, Fang. They stirred my milk. I read None in the Chamber and lived to see 67. NITC defeated. Maybe the fallen angels were the chambers we none along the way. 225 days. You finished NITC. This. Thanks for reading. Now go rest, buddy. You earned it. From Vice. It's been a wild ride. You rock, Humo. Jack Pass. We got the ship. Way you go, Humo. More win. Next fic. All in the chamber. He's okay. He's not. Kill him. Yep, brain rot there. Malas noticias mi gente. Salam alaikum. Malakum salah. Mecha cubic. There's the cube. Congrats, Humo. You did it. SWAT cats. Get ready for round 2. Yay, Kev. I can't even do the fucking voice right now. How many numbers? Now go be cool. Oh, that's actually cool. I'll make sure to share some pictures regarding all of that. My stuff is in the shop because they're getting the bindings attached to the board, so I'll be getting that all situated on Wednesday. I'll share some stuff with that in the fucking in the channels. Humo after None in the Chamber. Yeah, I kind of feel like that.
My voice is definitely going to need a little bit of a break. Smiles in the chamber. Wait a minute. That one's not smiling. That's the nun in the chamber. When's the I Survived the Nun in the Chamber reading shirt releasing? Same time as the supercut. Now go sleep. No, I'm going to go play Minecraft. I want to go hang out. When are you doing MLP fix? Enjoy your Christmas. Cars. Bitch. Preggers. Congratulations, Gato, with help from Nanny. Glorptastic. Evil Gato. Congrats. You have the nightmare is over. Good job. Thank you, Sierra. I can't express this enough. Man. You guys are cool. You know that? Alright. Everybody, be you lurking otherwise, I hope you had a good time with this finale. I'll try and have the supercut out sometime next week. I believe I said already, I probably won't be streaming on Wednesday. It'll probably be, the earliest you're going to get a stream is going to be, I think, next Thursday. If for whatever reason I fucking heel turn and decide I'm going to stream on Wednesday, you'll get one more. But other than that, you're going to have to wait till after Critty Mess. So, everybody, have a good rest of your day, night, evening. That tiny nun in the chamber Huma needs to be a sticker. I agree. I'll get my top chefs on it. Have a good rest of your day, night, evening, whatever time is for you. I'll catch you either on Wednesday or next week. Until then,